All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Apologies for the delay. I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard?
Ms. Allard is running a little late.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance? Here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel? Here. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for the record, we are having a few technical difficulties. So our plan and hope is that we will get through the item 9 on our agenda, appearance requests and initial audience participation, and hopefully by that time the technical difficulties will be fixed. If not, we will pause our meeting and figure out how to move forward from there. So let's keep going. We're going to go ahead and go on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Ivan Hodes, if you could please lead us in the pledge. Yellow button, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair.
I'd move to approve the minutes of previous meetings, special meeting November 10th, 2020, special meeting November 16th, and the regular meeting of November 17th, 4A, 4B, 4C.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion to approve these 3 minutes? Okay, seeing none, the minutes are approved unanimously. Thanks to the minutes clerk for helping us get caught up. Next, we have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good evening, everyone. I'm happy to report that the public health situation in the municipality continues to improve. Case levels are still high. They are around where we were in early October, but they have decreased significantly since November. Our hospitals have capacity to provide critical care to patients. We have testing sites across the municipality that are free, have little to no wait time, and are more consistently returning results within 24 hours. The drop in cases is allowing our contact tracers to catch up and provide timely responses to positive tests. Alaska now leads the country in vaccinations per capita. A little more than 10% of the state has received at least their first shot. The sacrifices our community has made are paying off. I want to thank the Assembly for supporting the policies that let us avoid overwhelming our hospitals. And I want to thank our community for remaining disciplined about masking and physical distancing. But we must not squander this progress by letting our guard down. There are new variants emerging around the globe that are significantly more transmissible. Just yesterday, the B.1.1.7 variant was discovered here in Anchorage. It's a matter of time before these more transmissible strains of the virus become more widespread. For now, we can buy ourselves time to vaccinate as many people as possible by continuing to do the things we know keep us safe. Later this week, we will be announcing a new emergency order that will ease restrictions on some of the sectors that are most limited by the current emergency order. Easing restrictions slowly and deliberately is the best approach, rather than rushing sweeping changes and allowing cases to spike once again. As we focus on this moment and this crisis, we must always also keep tomorrow in mind. Businesses are hopeful for a summer that draws residents from their homes and tourists from around the country and world. We will not get there if we fail to keep the public health situation under control. Of course, we'll need to do more than that. We're working with businesses of all sizes and sectors to identify and implement measures that will sustain an economic recovery long after I leave office, or at least in this role. The municipality is continuing to carry out work that attracts statewide and national attention. I want to briefly highlight some of our staff who are doing exceptional work. Seeing how challenging it was to navigate the initial statewide vaccination website, the Anchorage Innovation Team made a more streamlined vaccine finder to allow residents to clearly see where and when appointments are available. The Anchorage website has since been adopted by the state, written up in national publications, and has helped residents from across Alaska get vaccinated. Last week, Blueberg Cities recognized I-Team member Emily Bokar as the National Innovator of the Week, noting her work to help seniors in the community claim their tax exemptions. And in the fire department, our chief medical officer for the Anchorage area-wide emergency medical services, Dr. Mike Levy, was elected to serve as the president of the National Association of EMS Physicians. We are honored to have such a high-caliber physician directing emergency care for our community. These staff received national recognition for work that involved caring for others, caring for our seniors, caring for those who are experiencing the most challenging days of their lives. I do not find that surprising because that's what we do best here in Anchorage. It's who we are. But even as our community has overwhelmingly met this moment with generosity and grace, there are a few who continue to try to divide us with dangerous and uncaring ideologies. It is our collective obligation to speak out forcefully against Nazism, white supremacy, or any other ideology that directs hate, rather than care toward members of our community. As someone who grew up in a small town, I've always been impressed at how our city of almost 300,000 can still feel close and connected. It's what makes our community so special. Our city welcomes and benefits from the contributions of people from all backgrounds and all over the world. We must continue to turn to each other rather than turn against each other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Mayor, excuse me. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. And just to reiterate, for members of the Assembly and members of the public, we currently have some technical difficulties. So I'm going to try to get us through our audience participation, our number 9, appearance requests and initial audience participation. And then after that, hopefully these technical difficulties are addressed and we can continue on in our meeting.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For my part, if the body of the public doesn't wish to conduct itself in a manner that's respectful, then I believe we should stop and wait until the IT is fixed and come back when the time is right. And so we can go through the process and allow folks to demonstrate that they're willing to be civil in this room, or we should just wait until we get our IT in order and come back to the question.
Thank you. So I think just to be clear, currently members of the public who aren't in these chambers or in the World of Marston are still able to see the proceedings of this on Channel 9, as well as the permanent record is still being recorded. So the recording of this meeting will be available for any member of the public who wishes to view these proceedings once this meeting is over. So I would like us to continue, but I would also like to make sure that we are able to get through our business without disturbance. And ask for the audience to assist us with that. Otherwise, we will continue to stop our meeting. All right, so welcome everyone who has joined us in person or online soon. We're happy to have you with us. Thanks to everyone in person in both the Assembly Chambers and Wilda Marston for following our COVID-19 protocols, including wearing a mask and physical distancing. A few things for tonight before we get started. As some may know, tonight will be our last opportunity to vote on items to put on the April 6th regular municipal election ballot. That means you'll be seeing the Assembly changing the order of our agenda later today to accommodate these immediate needs. I also want to take a moment to make sure everyone is aware that item 10G3 regarding requiring masks or cloth face coverings in response to COVID-19 is only for introduction today. The public hearing will take place at our next Assembly meeting on Tuesday, February 9th. So I ask those in the audience who want to speak specifically to that item to wait until our November 9th meeting, February 9th meeting, as we already have a packed agenda. Last, I'd like to make sure everyone is aware of Heather. Jennifer, do you know where Heather is? There she is. Heather's in the back in blue. So Heather is available to help you out during the meeting if you have any questions about what is going on or need help getting certain documents. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to committee and liaison reports. I will start on this end of the dais with Ms. Allard.
Chair, I don't have anything to report. Can I please take a moment of privilege?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Some political bloggers and assembly members are claiming that I'm supporting white supremacy because of recent comments I've made questioning the words "not allowed" on license plates. Let me state this is plainly, unequivocally, I condemn racism and white supremacy in all forms. I understand that some have misinterpreted my recent comments as defending a specific license plate. That was never my intention, nor have I done so. In fact, I find the plate in question in poor taste. I do not support any advocation of racism or race supremacy in any way. My apologies if this came across offensive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, we're going to keep going on in our committee and liaison reports. Next, we have Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee meeting for this month has been canceled, and we will be having rescheduling that meeting for sometime in February. The economic prediction luncheon is set up for tomorrow, and we had one presentation that we had scheduled for this month that got postponed till next month, so we're going to have the meeting in February instead of this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee of the Whole met last Thursday, January 21st, and just a few points from that meeting. Quarter one budget revisions will begin February 1st, and we'll be seeing that timeline. We had a point in time report from the administration on the 2020 revenue variance, and that report will not be introduced as an information memorandum, but will be used next month as well, as the numbers are expected to change. There have been requests from members to the administration for additional and updated details concerning the CARES Act allocations. And then finally, we had some discussion about forthcoming secondary CARES funding, $35 million that will be allocated directly to the municipality from the federal government for rental relief, which I believe is on our agenda tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
No report.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just mention that the Public Safety Committee has a meeting coming up on next Wednesday, February 3rd, not tomorrow, but next week. And the agenda for that's not been set yet. co-chair Perez Verdia and I will be working on that tomorrow. But just a reminder that the meeting is scheduled for February 3rd. Thank you. 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Perez Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness met last Wednesday, and of significant to report is that we've changed the name to Committee on Housing and Homelessness, so you will start to see that move forward both through our website, our agenda, and other places where you used to see the other committee name. Also, as chair of the Communications Subcommittee, I wanted to highlight the issue that when you go to the Assembly page, you'll see on the right-hand side a bright blue button. That button emails all Assembly members. Those emails come to us, and you'll get an auto reply that will also indicate how to find your individual member and their email address if you're looking to get in touch with your representative. Second, if you scroll down on that page, you'll see two green communication buttons. One is for phone testimony sign up, and the other is to provide email testimony. I highlight that because we are working toward where the testimony email address will be phased out, and that button and that format of the form will be used. So if you have any questions, please feel free to get in contact with us. I know many of you are able to get in contact with us, but I just want you to all be aware of what the various forms of communication are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have the addendum to the agenda. So we're actually going to have to take a little bit of a break. We're waiting for Assembly Council to get here so that we can get any late on the table items so that I can read those into the record before we get to audience participation. So we're going to take a short break, and hopefully Mr. Gates will be here soon. Well, here's the thing. All right, never mind. He's here. Addendum to the agenda, but before we get to that, we're going to go ahead and go through our laid on the table procedure. So we have a few laid on the table items. Two of them, if I'm understanding these correctly, no, all three of them are substitution items. Not substitution, but supplemental items. So we don't need to vote on these, but I'm going to go ahead and read these into the record, and then I think we should have copies available soon for the public. So first is an S version of AR number 2021-17. It is a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $250,000 to the Anchorage Police Department Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Program Fund for purposes of requiring computer-aided dispatch and record management systems, digital evidence management systems, and body-worn cameras and related technologies and systems from the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Program Fund. And then we have another S version on ordinance number 2021-6. An ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the questions of the issuance of not to exceed $8,055,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide facilities, capital improvement projects, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs at the election to be held in the municipality on April 6, 2021, and amending the 2021 General Government Capital Improvement Budget and the 2021-2026 General Government Capital Improvement Program. Then last, we have another supplemental. It is AM 2021, and this is a supplemental to AO 2021-6S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the questions of the issuance of not to exceed $8,055,000 of general obligation bonds, and the same is the rest of the title for the previous one that I read. So these three items, again, are supplemental, so we don't need to take the vote, so they are automatically laid on the table. So we're going to go ahead and move on to addendum to the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on the motion to incorporate? Is there any opposition to the motion to incorporate? Okay, seeing none, that passes unanimously and those items are incorporated. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. We have no appearance requests for today, but we do have initial audience participation. And before we get started, I would like a motion from the body to suspend the rules to allow us to do approximately 36 minutes of public initial audience participation, which will take us over the normal 6 p.m. time.
And move to suspend the rules to allow audience participation until 6:15.
Sure.
Second. Oh.
So moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Perez-Verdilla on the motion?
No, it's not on the motion. It's just a short point of order. I perceived a number of requests that the video is not working, so I just want to make sure that you're aware of that folks can't see online.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. As I've stated, we have some technical issues, and that is one of those. I understand that we do have a Facebook Live feed up on the municipal clerk's office page, and then we are hoping to get these technical issues fixed by the time we are done with initial audience participation. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, so moving us on to, actually, we were on a motion. Is there any opposition to the motion to suspend the rules and extend initial audience participation to 6:15? Okay, hearing no opposition, then that motion is approved unanimously. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start initial audience participation. Like normal, we're going to start with 3 folks on the phone, 3 folks in person until we complete our phone list. So we're going to go ahead and start with Miss Leslie Rydell.
This is Leslie.
Hi, Ms. Rydell. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I really appreciate it. I know you had a little bit of trouble there in the beginning. Like you said, my name is Leslie Riedel. I'm a resident of Fairview for 14 years and a resident of Anchorage since 9th grade. I really appreciate this time to talk. Tonight, I'd like to talk about the mask mandates and other steps the municipality of Anchorage has taken to protect the people of Anchorage. I do support the mask mandates. I thank you for having the courage to implement them when we needed them. I'd also like to thank Mayor Berkowitz for his work on that as well. While the various business restrictions have been very hard on our city and our people, I do believe he had to make a tough, hard call. I encourage the health department and the city to step up their efforts to work together on vaccines for the state. The municipality's efforts with innovations have been great. Brendan Babb and his team have done a lot to help information get out and help make the process easier to navigate. Hopefully when we get more vaccine supplies, innovation team's efforts will really pay off. I know the bonds are on later in the agenda, and I'd like to say I support the investment in our community. I support using our taxes for efficient roads, safe schools and parks, and trails to keep our cities livable. For those of you who think, yeah, but will she pay taxes for that? The answer is yes. I do pay taxes, and I will keep paying taxes to keep Anchorage livable. I know you all have a tough job, and I want to thank you for the work you do. The Assembly, your staff, the Mayor's office, Ms. Jones, and the Clerk's office are shining examples of public servants. Sometimes I listen to these meetings and it seems like all you hear is a negative yelling from the back of the room. There is even name-calling and extremely rude behavior. I'd like you to know that people yelling in the room do not speak for all of us. There are many of us in this city who want to do the right thing and want you to do the right thing. We may not always agree with every move you make, but we have got to get our discourse back to a civil level, back to a level where people are doing more listening than yelling. I hope you know that even though we don't always speak up, there are many of us who support this city. I, for one, will try to speak up more often. Among those same lines, I'd like to throw in one last comment about free speech and hateful speech. I do believe in free speech, but I also try to keep in mind that some speech is hate-mongering, despicable, and I don't think it has a place in our public arena. We can defend free speech without defending racist, homophobic, and hateful rhetoric. I expect my elected officials to be above hateful, racist, homophobic rhetoric, and I will try to keep myself above it too. I would hope the comments in this public forum could keep that standard. I want to thank you for all you do. Keep up the good work, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Next, we have Carolyn Ramsey.
This is Carolyn.
Hi, Ms. Ramsey. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on audience participation. You will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
As President of the Council, do I get 5?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairman Riviera and members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I'm President of the Airport Heights Community Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Community Council. This past Thursday night, the Airport Heights Community Council passed a motion without opposition for me to speak to the Assembly about Assembly Member Felix Riviera. I've held the office of Council President for the last 4 years, and I've served an additional 3 years prior to that on the board. In the past 9 years, I've worked very closely with our Assembly representatives. During my first few years on the board, I had a close working relationship with Ms. Elvie Gray Jackson and Mr. Dick Traney. AHCC is a very busy and involved council. After the exceptional representation from these two leaders, I had a hard time believing anyone could step into their shoes. When Felix was elected, I was hesitant to welcome him, and Mr. Riviera knows this. But over time, he really proved himself over and over again. I value the trust and appreciate his leadership and service to our neighborhood. I have watched Mr. Riviera grow into an effective community leader, bringing calm to situations that would send many people in the exact opposite direction, myself included. I could not be more thankful or appreciative of him or his service to our community. I don't agree with Mr. Riviera 100% of the time, nor does he with me. But we have always been able to sit down and work through our differences to find a common ground. Mr. Riviera has an excellent attendance record for our community council meetings. He's been there for our council no matter what I have texted, no matter if I have texted him on a Sunday night, interrupted his holiday season, or run into a problem that has required basically moving mountains. Mr. Riviera has been there to answer the text or phone call, to try to help us work through the issue, or to assure us that we are moving in the right direction and that he'll have our back should we need help. There's been a lot of hate unjustly spewed at Mr. Riviera by members of this community and even members of this body. The hate must stop. Words and actions have consequences, and in today's state of affairs, they are ripping our community apart in ways I would have never thought possible. Due to the failure of our federal and state government, the burden of protecting our community has unfairly and mostly fallen to the Assembly and to our mayor. Mr. Riviera, on behalf of the Airport Heights Community Council, thank you for your continued service to our community. It doesn't matter if the issue is traffic calming, land use planning, neighborhood crime, support for our fire department, abandoned properties, community trails, parks and rec, and neighborhood utility issues. You have been there, supported AHCC, and helped us move our projects forward in a way that took all sides into consideration, and we appreciate your calm and dedicated service in this very stressful time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for participating. And just to be very clear, for the record, Ms. Ramsey, my last name is pronounced Rivera.
Sorry about that.
No
I usually call you by your first.
Next, we have Suzanne McCarthy.
Remember, you must now
Hi, Ms. McCarthy. Hello? Hi, Ms. McCarthy. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to start off by thanking the Assembly for all they're doing to help protect the population in the municipality area. I understand it's a hardship for many of us and for many businesses, but we're in it for the long haul, and we're in it to keep all of our population here. So I just wanted to thank you for your efforts in the mask mandates and all the mandates that you have done. I understand not everybody understands the big picture, and really that was my message that I wanted to say, and I really appreciate everybody doing the hard job that needs to be done by our governing body. So thank you very much for all the members. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for participating. All right, we're going to go ahead and move forward to in-person. So we're going to have 3 individuals speak. Welcome, sir. Oh, can you turn yellow button? Just press the yellow button. There you go. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm the beneficiary of the McKee Trust. My name is Charles McKee, and I want to present to you the handout I turned in. The second to last page is Supreme Court ruling on the religious beliefs of the individuals and their sentiments. So with that, I want to say to the President of the United States and Vice President that the cherry picking that you wish to do with the budget could be done so with the consideration of grants towards infrastructure development. It doesn't go on to the debt budget, the debt bottom line, and equipment, and to facilitate the enhancement of the economy locally and nationwide, because you have a new Secretary of the Treasurer and that person believes in issuing grants rather than any other instrument. So that being said, I mentioned cherry picking because that's exact words of the current president. And I also like to point out that in a previous administration, a service member was lost his life in a humanitarian mission in Sinai Desert. His last name was McKee, and no immediate part of my bloodline, I guess, but my condolences to his family. And the fact that if we look at the Holy Bible, we were in bondage. We come out of bondage, out of that area, and historically, and we find ourselves back in bondage or subjugation or some other form of terminology and captured by 1933 bankruptcy of the Republic of the United States of America. And that's why I'm presenting this paperwork to you. And a newspaper article I presented to you indicates that the current CEO /governor could allegedly be a narcissist. I point out the fact that when he first got elected, he asked for everybody to give him, well, forget it, but he's retaliatory, and that's why I gave you that article.
Thank you for participating. Welcome.
Good evening once again. My name is James Wojciechowski, spelled Wojciechowski. I live on the East Hillside. I've been there for the last 20 years. I lived in the bush for 8 years before that. I'm poorly represented by Dunbar and Peterson, who I see are once again not present at this meeting. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Alaska as a physician assistant. I have experience in family practice, emergency medicine, and occupational medicine. I've lived in the bush. I've delivered health care in many villages. I've worked up on the slope, and I have worked here in Anchorage. I recently sent every assembly member and the unelected acting mayor a simple question after once again reviewing the data supplied on the COVID dashboard. That's the same dashboard you're using to justify the lockdowns and mandates. I received 2 responses. One was from Assemblywoman LaFrance, and it appeared to be a boilerplate assuring me that the AO concerning masks would be very temporary. That was not anything to do with the question. The other was from Assemblywoman Kennedy, who agreed with my data. It's obvious to me the Assembly is tone deaf to anything but their agenda on how to support PED projects with free money from the feds. So now I ask this question in front of the citizens of the Muni, the Assembly, and the medical team and modelers advising you. Why are we in the municipality dying at a greater rate associated with COVID-19 than the people of the Matsu, when we have the business killing mandates? In the Muni, you have in the Muni, 41 out of 100,000 have died related to COVID-19. In the Matsu, it's 27 out of 100,000. And they call the Matsu the Wild Wild West because it doesn't have any mandates. So I ask the Assembly and the esteemed advisors that help you, what's the goal in the end game? The goalposts are constantly being moved, but I would think the end zone is herd immunity. And you achieve that a couple different ways. You achieve it through vaccination, but you also achieve it with past infections with COVID-19. Merck's recently stopped their vaccine trials because they found that people had a higher immunity simply from tolerating a COVID-19 infection. A recent study published in the Annals of Internal Medicine tells us 30% of the COVID cases are completely asymptomatic. So at this point, we really don't know what our herd immunity levels are. There's probably plenty of people walking around the Muni who have had COVID, never knew it, maybe never passed it on or did pass it on, and we're asymptomatic. And you're locking us down. You're killing businesses and putting people out of work. It makes zero sense.
Thank you for participating. Welcome.
My name is Tim Cole. I live in District 4. I was going to speak on the mask ordinance, but you said you wanted to do that till next time, so I was just I just changed my thoughts, and I would like to thank Jamie Allard for her continued fight for freedom and exceptional strength in constantly battling the attempt to take our freedoms. Both her and Crystal Kennedy are continually a voice of reason and freedom, and on many occasions I have seen them push to have open dialogue and make sure everyone's voice is heard no matter what side of the political spectrum they are on. Thank you both for defending the Constitution. I would also like to thank Mr. Weddleton. While I may not agree with most of the directions that you vote, I have seen on several occasions within these past few months where you have taken a sincere approach to listen to both sides of the lockdown argument and put forth amendments to offset the destruction of this community, and for that I thank you. The last person I would like to thank is Mr. Dunbar. The last time I was here and testified, I mentioned how there are a lot of discrepancies in the way that the coronavirus deaths are calculated, and it was only moments later that you said people dying from gunshot wounds and underlying causes as COVID deaths are simply not true. I took this as a direct attack towards my testimony as I was just speaking about that exact same topic. I just wanted to say that I don't come up here and spout my opinion. I do research and I present facts. So when I mentioned that those legislators in Minnesota had hired researchers to comb over death certificates and analyze the causes of death findings and result of the complaints from their constituents, it's because it was true. I gave data to represent my claims as well as the other states, including drownings, car accidents, and suicides as COVID deaths, with these similar complaints concluding the problem is a microcosm of what is going on all over the United States, backing my statement that the death numbers are highly inaccurate. So thank you, Mr. Dunbar, for using your baseless claims to display your ignorance and lack of knowledge when speaking on the subject. I'm sure many voters will remember your lack of integrity when they are voting this April. And the last thing I would like to say is that a peer-reviewed study just came out analyzing the effectiveness of lockdowns in 10 different countries 10 days ago from the prestigious Stanford University. They did not find evidence that lockdowns were effective in stopping the COVID spread, and in fact, as a result, may have done exceptionally more harm than good. One statement read, quote, "We failed to find an additional benefit of stay-at-home orders and business closures. However, even if they exist, these benefits may not match the numerous harms of these aggressive, highly restrictive measures," end quote. This is the conversation that we need to be having. I have been at every one of these meetings over the last 2 months, and I have failed to hear you guys deliberate the harmful effects of the measures that you are taking on this city, its businesses, and its citizens. The economic damage, business closures, social isolation, lack of quality education for our children, and suicides from loneliness, insomnia, stress, anxiety, anger, emotional exhaustion, and depression is what we need to be talking about, not putting a useless mask on everyone and then eating up taxpayer dollars enforcing it.
Thank you for participating. We're going to go ahead and switch back to the phones. We'll start with Christian Schild.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes. Hi, Ms. Schild. This is Felix Rivera. You're here at Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Christiane Shield. I'm a nurse, and I just want to say medicine has always had opinions from both sides. You really should be listening to all sides. You guys are trying to change your orders to laws. You're not relaxing anything. You're simply finding a way to keep power and control as long as possible. You've been getting your paycheck. Your staff have enjoyed working from home while the rest of us go to work. That is, if we even still have a job. Please vote no to all of this nonsense. Vote yes to stopping the emergency declaration as well as all of the mayor's emergency orders. In a real emergency, you have basic needs: food, water, shelter, clothing. None of this nonsense. We shouldn't even be talking about having curbside pickup of marijuana or alcohol. Healthy people should not be wearing masks. Vote no to this mask, which should not be a law. And don't tell me that it's a federal law either. Mr. Biden only made it an executive order for federal land, building, and employees, not every American in every city. Why are plastic bags even on the agenda as a law? 10 cents, max 50 cents for checkout. I just want to point out something with these plastic bags. You want us to use plastic bags because reusable grocery bags can be too dirty or contaminate the shopper or grocery staff, and we can get COVID from that. But you do want us to use reusable cloth masks on our face to save us? Let that really sink in. People hang them on their car mirrors, in their filthy purses, or even pick them up off the floor to put on their face. This is total ignorance. All of these bond issues, you need to vote no. You're just simply pushing more taxes on an already severely strained economy, which, by the way, is a side effect of all these mandates that you guys have put in place. The COVID infections are down, leveled out. Citizens are keeping each other healthy by many different means, not masks. You're giving masks all the credit. Cities and states all over the U.S. without masks and lockdowns had the same infection curve as Anchorage. So with or without these EOs, we would have the same infection rates. You don't get to take credit for our rate of decline. You forced the mandates on us, but you're not free to ignore the consequences from those actions, from those decisions. They far outweigh the help that you think that they could have done. Risk versus reward consideration is something I've requested in the past. I still don't have it. Where is it? How can you justify what you're doing when you haven't calculated the detrimental cost? You theorize about the possible effects if COVID increases or overruns the hospital. It never has. You're just pushing fear. Count the cost and pain that your decisions have unintentionally caused. Stop now before more harm is done. Private schools all over the country have been open 5 months without outbreaks. They had to open because they aren't being supported by the government's payroll. They developed mitigation plans and steps to make the environment safe. They worked with their communities and families together to succeed in the safest possible way, and they did it. You could learn so much from that. But I don't see you guys answering any of these questions that we have. I email all the time, and all I get is the same copied email that my friends get from the same districts we're in. Weddleton and Susan LaFrance are my assembly members from my area here in South Anchorage, and we're just getting really tired of all of this.
You are out of time, but thank you for participating.
All right, thank you. So the next person is Michael Schechter on the phone.
Mike Schechter.
Mr. Schechter, this is John Weddleton with the Anchorage Assembly. You have 3 minutes. Talk to us.
Thank you. My name is Michael Schechter, and I'm an Anchorage citizen who lives in West Anchorage. Over this past weekend, a member of the Assembly used social media to abusively gaslight Anchorage citizens about Nazi symbology and ideology. Specifically, she defended Third Reich and Führer license plates as innocent, non-hateful, and unrelated to Nazism. And she did so after being presented with evidence that there could not possibly be a reasonable, non-Nazi justification. Either out of willful ignorance, evil malice, or both, this member chose to make excuses rather than confront the reality of a Nazi supporter in her own community. Nazism was a scourge upon this earth that killed 20 million people in Europe, including 6 million Jews, members of my family among them. Over 16 million Americans, including my grandfather, fought against fascism and Nazism in World War II, and more than 1 million of them were killed or injured. Jamie Allard is a disgrace to their memory and a disgrace to the uniform she wore, as well as a disgrace to this assembly and city. Unfortunately, that does not bring us to the end of Miss Allard's actions of the last few days. After getting negative feedback on her ignorant and baseless Nazi apologism, Miss Allard appears to have deleted individual comments and then her entire official
Mr.
Assembly
Chair,
Facebook page
could you stop
because
him?
she
I
did not
can't
like what she was
hear.
hearing
Sorry,
from
sir.
constituents.
Could you hold for a moment? I'm sorry. That clock, I'm sitting over here, so I'm not operating that clock. I have a little watch here, so I'm doing it off of this. So I had him at 1:20.
Sure.
There's no way that was anywhere close to 3 minutes.
No, you weren't, sir. It was...
Mr. Weddleton, can I do a point of order?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I ask that we adjourn.
Mr. Chair, can I please address the chambers?
Stop.
I'm not finished.
Get through it. He deserves the right to testify. Let him speak.
I have a right to testify.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm not a member of the Assembly. I do not have to direct it to a specific action, and I do not have the restrictions on me under
Mr.
Robert's
Secretary,
Rules of Order or the
please hold
Assembly
your
rules
comments for a
that
moment?
would require an Assembly.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you in the room. See what happens when you go?
I know, I shouldn't have left. What's up?
They saw that clock. I was going off of this, so he's at about minute 15, but then the crowd got unruly. He said personal attack. Who did? The guy on the phone on Jamie. What was it? Well, just in general. I do agree. Did you get that? About the posts on the Nazi and all that pure and third place. So I would quiet the crowd and I guess let him continue. He gets to.
Yeah, so, and then did you guys just decide to leave or?
Yeah, I think he should.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thanks, Jim.
But I think in his case, he could continue. Speaker.
I mean, if the gentleman violated the rules, well, so here's the way you normally. Yeah, so if the gentleman violated the rules, then you saw him and you say, okay.
Listen, I know you guys are all in here, and we all need to get through our testimony, but what I really need you guys to do is please respect everybody up here. When someone's testifying, let them finish what they have to say. If I'm up here strong enough to listen to what they're saying about me, you need to have my back, and you need to listen too. I'm just saying, let us get through our agenda tonight, okay?
All right, so I believe we left off with the chair, the vice chair asking the gentleman who was speaking to make sure that they are following our rules of decorum. I think we had about a minute or so left for the individual. So we will go ahead and just give me a second to get the timer right.
I believe I have more time than that.
A minute 45. Okay.
Are you ready, Chair Rivera?
Yes, go ahead. Your time has started.
Unfortunately, that does not bring us to the end of Ms. Howard's actions of the last few days. After getting negative feedback on her ignorant and baseless Nazi apologism, Ms. Howard appears to have deleted individual comments and then her...
Sir, I'm going to pause your time. Yeah.
Just to the speaker, there are those in the audience who are correct that it's in our rules not to name individual members, but instead speak to the body or speak to the chair.
That is a rule for the Assembly members. The Robert's Rules of Order do not apply to public participation.
So that's the request that we're making of you right now. We'll continue your time in just a second, but for the good of the order, we ask that you also comply with the rule.
Okay, please continue.
Ms. Howard appears to have deleted individual comments and then her official Assembly Facebook page because she did not like what she was hearing from constituents. That itself is an anti-democratic act of political cowardice, surely worthy of our collective opprobrium. At this point in history, there cannot be good faith dialogue with Nazis, Nazi sympathizers, or Nazi apologists. I urge every member of this Assembly and the administration to ignore and reject all legislation advanced by Member Allard because upstanding Americans have no reason to engage with Nazis or their apologists. She should also be removed from any committee assignments for the same reason. I don't request that lightly, but the Assembly must take steps to protect its legislative process and citizens from someone who will act out of ignorance and malice. Similarly, this Assembly should not give voice to a member who gaslights constituents in order to make excuses for Nazis, nor should this Assembly let that member speak for all of you. Accordingly, the Assembly should take immediate action to remove Ms. Allard as the Assembly's liaison to the National League of Cities, the Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, and the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. This is surely not enough, and I recognize that we may be saddled with Ms. Allard's blight upon our city until her next election. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for participating. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to Alex Jorgensen. Okay, if folks in the audience cannot continue without disturbing, I'm going to go out of this room, okay? So we need to continue this meeting without disturbances. Thank you. That's going to be my last warning to folks.
Hello, this is Alex.
Hi, Mr. Jorgensen. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted to kind of take a moment to thank the Anchorage Assembly for working really hard during these very challenging times, and in my perspective, coming up with some really innovative and creative solutions to these incredibly challenging issues we face. I think there's two notable examples that really speak to this, and the first one is the meal program that uses some amount of CARES Act money to pay restaurants to then make meals for people who are in need of food. I think this is an amazing win-win scenario that both helps employ people at restaurants and keep them afloat at a time when their sector is really struggling, and as well provides food to those that need it. I think another really great example of this kind of win-win creative problem solving was a public works program that used some CARES Act funding to, I believe, remove some spruce bark beetle trees and improve some of the trails. And I think this is again another win-win situation that not only improved the infrastructure for the city of Anchorage, but also provided employment for people who either lost their jobs or were underemployed due to the pandemic. So I just really wanted to thank the Anchorage Assembly for coming up with some really creative solutions. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to in-person, and sir, you're going to be our last individual in person, and then everyone else after you, if you can go ahead and sign up once we are done listening to Mr. Embriani, and then just when you sign up, just put your phone number, and if you're okay for us to call you late in the evening, because that's probably when we will get started with final audience participation.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
The Speaker does not have a right to grant his position to another individual.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Mr. Chair, there are other people. There are other people in line whose rights that they'll be taking if they allow that to happen, and it's not proper. It's not within the rules.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and rule on that we should be staying in the order that we are in line. So.
If he doesn't want to testify, he doesn't have to testify.
Then all right, so that is the ruling that I have made as the chair. So, Mr. Embriani, are you going to testify?
Just testify.
Sir? Okay, security, can we remove this gentleman, please, from the room? Thank you. Gentleman up in front, I'll point him out to you. Thanks.
Just tell me you don't want to testify.
So it's that gentleman there with the yellow hat. Thanks. All right. So, Mr. Embriani, will you be speaking today?
Yes, I'm going to be testifying, but Bernadette Wilson will be speaking for me. She'll be reading my script.
Mr. Chair, once again.
So, I've made a ruling. So we're going to go ahead and move on past audience participation. So, again, if folks want to sign up to testify, we can go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. Thank you. are here, then we're going to get going. Mr. Perez-Verdia? Okay, you can hear me now. Mr. Perez-Verdia? Mr. Perez-Verdia, are you there? Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back to business. Looking forward to completing the remainder of our agenda in an orderly fashion. Okay, so before we move on to the consent agenda, okay, just got a notification. So, Mr. Perez-Verdia, I just want to confirm you there.
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, before I go on, Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm taking a moment of personal privilege here in order to respond to emails and calls we have received over the past weekend through today. Currently, there is not a specific process to bring a formal reprimand of an assembly member for conduct outside of a meeting, short of seeking their removal.
2 seconds. Sorry, Ms. Zolotel. For folks on the phone, if you can just please make sure you're on mute. We're hearing a little bit of background. Thanks so much. Please continue.
Okay. This option is too limiting. One path forward is a censure motion. But should that not be allowed, a resolution reprimanding the member may be an alternative. Either way, it is sad that we have reached a point we need to consider action about conduct outside of a meeting by a member that rises to the level that would normally allow for censure. The Assembly should not let conduct like that pass without consequence or comment. As more evidence has come forward concerning the conduct of a member acting in our official capacity, we, the Assembly, need to consider an appropriate manner in which to respond. This is something I am working on, ensuring that it is a process that is evidence-based and done in a deliberate manner and not as a hasty reaction to a single incident or occurrence. I intend to file an appropriate resolution and supporting evidence for the February 9th Assembly meeting.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais and see what folks would like to pull. I'll go ahead and start on this side of the dais with Ms. Zolotel.
One item tonight, please, Mr. Chair, 10 Bravo 4.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you come back to me? I need to track them down. Thank you.
Sure, we can come back. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 10 Bravo 2, 10 Delta 8, 10 G10, and I'm pulling that to introduce it and then request a second and third to set a public hearing on the item for a special meeting on Thursday, January 28th. Also 10 G12, which will be renumbered to 10 Bravo 6 and taken up after 14J. And also 10 Delta 18.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
no items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
I have nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. So let me go through the list one more time. So I have items 10B2, 10B4, 10D8, 10D18, 10G10, and 10G12. Are there any additional items?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one, 10F1. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 10B4. Yeah. All right, hearing no other items, Mr. Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda less the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that motion is passed. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. All right. So as I stated during my chair's report, at this time I'm going to ask for a motion to change the order of the day to immediately take up all of our bond and ballot propositions, which must be voted on tonight. Those items are 11C, 14A, although not a bond or ballot proposition, I think it goes in hand with 11C, which is a ballot proposition, 14B, 14C, 14D, 14E, 14F, 14G, and 14H. So we will take up those items, do the necessary public hearing, vote, deliberation. Then once we're done with all of those items, we will go back to our consent agenda. Then once we're done with our consent agenda, we'll finish up all the remainder of our items, and we'll see how late that takes us. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Constant Weddleton. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, hearing none, that motion is approved, so the order of the day has been changed. All right, so we're going to start with 11C. So 11C had a public hearing which was closed on December 8th, but 14A is a public hearing item. I would like a motion to change the order of the day to open the public hearing on item 14A, and after the public hearing is closed, take up the items as they are ordered in the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? And just to reiterate, so we're going to open the public hearing on 14A, close it, and then go back to 11C, and then take up 14A after 11C. Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, hearing none, then that motion is approved. So we're going to take up 14A, the public hearing on resolution number AR 2021-17, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount of $885,200 to the Anchorage Police Department area-wide general fund for purposes of acquiring computer-aided dispatch and records management systems, digital evidence management systems, in-car and body-worn cameras, and related technologies and systems.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. As usual, we're going to start with our phone list. All right, so I'm going to basically combine the phone testimony for 11C and 14A. So we're going to do 3 on the phone, 3 in person. So we're going to go ahead and start with Michael Patterson.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Patterson. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A, AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me on today. I would like to say that I'm opposed to this resolution for the fact that it will take $500,000 that was put toward the early childhood grants for the alcohol tax. I've kind of listened to both sides of the argument, saying that if we put it up for a vote, if we put up the funding for a vote, that there's a risk that the voters won't approve it. And honestly, I think this conversation with the things that we're talking about, especially with body cameras, are, there needs to be a public vote on it. This is a public discussion, and that, it should be brought to the voters. And I think it's incredibly cynical to say that, as a parent and as a black man, that I have to choose between funding early childhood programs and ensuring that police officers have body cameras. Where does that leave me as a parent? It's really between a rock and a hard place. And also, I think this debate about funding, it really also comes down to 2 things. Is that there's the short term where we got to get it done very quickly, and then there's the long term. And the reality is, regardless if we get these cameras this year or next year, there has to be a pretty robust public discussion about the policies around these cameras. Because I think, especially after 2020, we saw thousands of Alaskans marching in the street here, demanding that we have some reforms and accountability and transparency from law enforcement here, that it's just not acceptable to say we have to take from children to protect children. And I also think I also think it's pretty cynical, too, that some people can say that we need to do this in the name of unity and then act like they speak for the whole community when in fact they don't. So, I would highly encourage the Assembly not to approve this resolution. I would encourage the Assembly to approve the ordinance that will, put this in a ballot measure towards a special tax levy. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of how we want to have this conversation as a community, in terms of public safety and transparency and accountability. And I think it's a good start to the conversation, but we still have a long way to go, and the municipality would really be making a mistake if it tried to rush this. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate the call.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on the phones, we have Ms. Rosalind Weich.
Mr. Chair, quick point of order. We have an S version. I just wanted to call that out to make sure that was everyone was aware of it, as it was kind of a little chaotic earlier. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Weich. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A, AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to be imposed of this motion. I'm a mother of 3 black little preschoolers who are funded basically by early childhood education. And as an educator as well, I just don't think I would say let's take education funds to provide body cams. As the previous speaker said, this is something that needs to be talked about within the whole community. Yes, we need body cams, but not at the expense of children. So I just feel like then again, the unity, shouting at you all about unity and name dropping prominent people that would have been against this situation, we do need to have a community discussion, because being black, I don't condone in school to prison pipeline. So I would rather put money towards APD and teaching them about the unity that they need to have within their community, and to teach children how to not be on body cam. That's where we need to go with this. So I'm very much opposed as an educator, as a parent, as an Anchorage citizen, and that's all I pretty much have. Michael did it for me. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for standing up for us, Felix and Chris. Thank you for standing up for yourself. You guys have a beautiful day.
Thank you for your
And May.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jackie Kaysen.
Hello, you've reached Jackie's phone. Please leave a...
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to in person. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Just to clarify, did you say you were combining 14A and I can't remember the other one?
So the testimony on item 11C, that was closed on December 8th. So we had the public hearing on the 8th. So what we're doing now is just taking testimony on 14A. From my perspective, the two are interconnected. So if you have comment on one or either, that's fine at this time.
Okay. Okay, my name is Marie Caswell for the record. I wanted to ask, how can you vote here in this room to take and spend $10 million in contact tracing, which is proven to not provide much, if any, mitigation for COVID, and not vote here and now on advancing and protecting our officers and community by implementing the vital use of body cam systems and whatever other technologies our families in blue not only need but want. The men and women that choose every day to risk their lives for their community, the men and women who choose every day to help and serve our community deserve whatever technology our advanced world can offer. This action does not require a vote from the people that will delay and possibly squander entirely this opportunity for transparency and protection, not only for the precious lives of our officers, but the precious lives of our community. There is only one race, and that is the human race. Every officer's life matters, and every life that they encounter matters. Adjust this resolution to find funds wherever necessary, even if that means some of it comes out of your own pocket. And do not allow for this action to be delayed by the very community the police department serves.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Am I on? Felix?
I already said it, Ron. Welcome.
Okay, welcome. I want to appear on this because I think body cams are a very dangerous thing for the officers, and especially now, you may not know it, but they have audio listening devices. And I felt when I was interviewed on the chlorine episode, they recorded me without telling me I was recorded. And they will film you without being told that you're being filmed and recorded. And kind of like the Miranda Act, you know, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to remain not being filmed. And the dash cam was abused in the Pettis case. Officer Pettis indicated he saw a flinched fist, and I know that our officers are trained and have a sensitivity when the first strike is coming. And in my neighborhood, you don't wait. You basically a defensive strike. So I was real concerned in the wave of that officer who we trained and spent good money in the academy, 6 years, I think, of service, in the wave of the Minneapolis situation, and the fervor got him basically fired. And the judge went on to have a federal prosecution. The poor guy lost his job, but then also his partner lost his job in a day of a maybe momentary brain fart because he didn't kneel on the guy's neck. This guy was taunting that officer who happened to be black. So let's be fair with disclosing, because you're going to get into a lot of litigation on the invasion of privacy, and it's going to violate the Miranda Act. So be careful. This funding, taking it from education, if I heard right, both parties there were black. Let's put it in education. I'm going to appear consistently on a couple of these ordinances because I think they're doing a lot of harm, and there's a lot of energy out in that other room and behind me, and we need to chill and not volley back loads. It's a waste of time. In this last 20 minutes or 20 seconds, I would like to welcome Dustin Darden to the elite club of being evicted from this chambers. Unfortunately, they cuffed him wrongly. Teresa Obermeyer is the other one, but I'm honored to be escorted out by the chief of police and Bruce back there.
Thank you for your testimony.
A very select club.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Dustin Sherman, and I actually like this, and there's a couple reasons. In the media that in the last year or so, they've been talking about police reform and everything else. This would be a step toward that direction. It would also cover the police department's rear end if something happens, as well as the people out there that they serve. So I'm all for this. I'm in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a question for you, sir, from Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Sherman, just kind of a sidebar, but my friends at the Fairview Community Council told me that you were in attendance last week, and all reports were that you offered to support the community and to join in some of their efforts, and I just wanted to say thank you for showing up and being a benefit.
Yeah, my pleasure. I would love to be able to, I got some emails, correspondence between the person that was looking for help and working toward that, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead, go back to the phones, do 3 more on the phone. So first, we're going to start with Mr. Daniel Kemp. Hi, Mr. Kemp. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for 4A AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you to the Assembly for having me tonight. I won't take up too much of your time because I know y'all have a longer night ahead of you. As I've witnessed so far, yeah. So, and I applaud y'all for just being so calm and cool and collected as you have been through such a raucous crowd tonight. But yeah, I wholeheartedly support this measure for a tax to pay for the body cams. Yeah. So short and sweet, right? I hope it passes. Please do. And call me when it does. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we have Miss Celeste Hodge Grouden.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Hodge Grouden. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A, AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
So, through the chair, assembly members, hello. My name is Celeste Hodge Groudon, and I am the president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. First, I want to thank you for showing up for the jointly held conversation with our community. It really provided an opportunity for us, for many of us, to meet each of you and for our voices to be heard, which is a win-win. So, thank you. As you know, the Alaska Black Caucus has been advocating for body cameras for years. And it appears, according to the Assembly, well, the majority, if not all, agree we need body cameras. I mean, even Chief Dahl himself shared body cameras are a priority for APD. Everyone seems to be talking the same language here. However, when it comes to paying for these cameras, it's a different story. Now, let me be perfectly clear. There is no need for funds to come from early childhood because we know the city has a gigantic budget. I think it's $547 million. I'm like, what? So what this tells me is these much-needed body cams aren't really a priority. I mean, because the definition of priority is the right to take precedence, the right to proceed in front of other things, and clearly this misses the mark entirely. In fact, the way this priority is being handled reflects a term I'm very familiar with, less than a priority, unimportant, thus the reason this priority easily can be punted to the voters to decide. I also want to take a second to clarify something that I've heard several times, and that is that body camera subject never came up before the vote. I have to say that's not accurate. I actually have text messages mentioning body cameras prior to the vote with a couple assembly members. Unfortunately, I was told there wasn't any money even then. Because I wasn't familiar with the process, I believed them. You know, I was thinking I wouldn't testify tonight because I heard this was ultimately, at the end of the day, going to move in the direction of the voters. But then I thought about the time Senator Davis learned she lacked one vote before going to the floor to get her Denali Kid Care bill passed, which would have meant more kids and pregnant women could be placed on the program, ensuring health insurance coverage. Davis could have been silent, but she used her voice in spite of the outcome. And after talking with Pastor May today, president of the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance and the Martin Luther King Foundation of Alaska, who reminded me of the need to use my voice, I decided to do as Senator Davis did in support of what she believed and what I believe now, and that is a voice of support for body cameras.
Ms. Hodge-Groudon, your time is up, but I do have a question for you from Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Hodge-Groudon, and for your advocacy on this issue. I'm not sure if you've gotten a chance to see the S version, and I apologize. It was late to get done. But it suggests a commitment of $250,000 towards body-worn cameras and a commitment to fund it in 2021 with the idea of a hybrid approach where the tax levy would also be sought. Do you have any thoughts about that? Is that a move in the right direction, in your opinion?
So let me just share that is, I had not seen that version. I'm very happy to hear that there's some movement because, you know, at the end of the day, it's about keeping our community safe, and it's about coming together as a community, and so I like that idea. I want to see that passed, and I'd be happy to do what I can to support that effort. So that's what I see as coming together. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Last on the phones before we go back to in-person, I have Reagan Brooks.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Brooks. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your service to our city and for taking the time to listen to comments from the public. My name is Regan Brooks. I'm a parent of 2 children in the Anchorage Public Schools. I'm testifying tonight about AR 2021-17 and to ask you to consider alternative sources of funding to support body cameras. Though I am so glad to hear body cameras are being supported, I am concerned to hear of the possible redirection of funds that could have and still could support early childhood education. Like young children, early childhood education is precious. I say this as someone who loves children and as someone who loves research. And the research has shown that early childhood education works. Am I still on?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. It's the right investment for our community, not only because it serves adorable and innocent children, but because it supports our community as a whole. Parents, employers, older siblings, and our economy will benefit. The positive effects last for years, and the cost savings long-term are brilliant. Nationally, investments in early childhood education result in approximately 1.1 of gross domestic product, while the cost of fully funding the early childhood education system is significantly less than 1%. On a purely financial level, why walk away from that investment? Investing in early childhood education is also the right choice morally and offers an opportunity to undo educational and socioeconomic inequalities that undermine our community's ability to truly offer equal opportunity for all. Who would not want to support increased opportunities for all children? I believe that you all care about justice and equality of opportunity. I hope you will continue the important work you are doing to find funding for body cameras, and I know you can do this without taking a penny from the precious thing that is early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going
to
go ahead and switch back to in-person. Welcome.
Hello, can y'all hear me? All right, first of all, I just want to say I appreciate y'all, too, for what y'all doing, allowing people to come and talk and, voice their testimony and suggestions, too. Now, pertaining to this topic, I think I kind of don't know how to feel about it. I understand business and all that stuff, but I think what's going on is a lot of people are noticing what's going on in Lower 48, and there's some things that have been going on up here, too. So I think everybody got validatable points, especially considering the fact of you got $885,200 about to go to, everything they probably already got just to enhance it.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
What's up?
Could you give us your name for the record, please?
James Smith.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyway, back to what I was saying, considering the fact what I think need to be done is that it needs to be a more, how can I say it, established relationship with the community on the fact of what policing is really about, and at the same time teach people within the communities how to protect themselves because the police is not always there, and at the same time to diffuse any type of heinous acts that we have seen and some people may have witnessed that. I don't know, I can't just say it like that, but it has been times where things ain't been right. And then on top of that too, we need to have more conversations about prison reform, because you got jobs and businesses that don't know about these situations and have an oblivious, biased view to those who trying to transition, versus to those who don't really care about themselves and is out here being a knucklehead, and somehow that get misconstrued with the police officers, and you got mothers crying over something because his son was trying to be a stand-up by his family, or whatever the case may be. But what I'm trying to say is that I think for this to be a more respectful perspective, they have to be more engaged with the community. They had to, if they talking to churches, whatever the case may be, and solely for protection of the community, not to find out anything extra. If that's the case, then that's what you got the FBI and all that for. But when you wearing that badge and you're on patrol, you are to protect and serve the people and make sure we can have functional homes, and the kids can walk across the streets, and you can teach people, how to really conduct themselves, like, hey, how you doing? Stuff like that is good too. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I think everything will be a little bit more better, and we can, have better adjustments in how we do our budget. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify in person? All right, welcome. And then if we have anyone else, there's going to be a third individual. So if anyone else wants to speak, please get in line. Go ahead.
To the chair, my name is Russ Reno. I'm a resident speaking to you today as a resident. Should we have body cams on police officers? Yes, we should. Should we be funding those? Yes, we should. Should we be taking money from early education? I don't see why that you would do that when you have already allocated such funds to other things like COVID beetle kill and other stuff that's been moved around here. I see the assembly moving money constantly, and then you, no pun intended, and then you come to something like this and you go after early education to fund something like this. You got to be able to find the money somewhere else. And if it means taking it to the voters, then take it to the voters. That's what it's all about. I see that you shoved around money from the capital improvements last time we spoke, and I was really unclear how they were getting away with that and adding new lighting for Easy Park and all that. And when we've been in the dark and having all of our lights turned off in the alleys and streets, and you guys just let them get more money to supposedly gain that money back real quick. There's got to be some way you can maybe cut some of your spending and use that money to go towards body cams, which are really needed. And I think it's a good thing that you're doing that. But going after early education makes no sense at all. A lot of stuff that's going on with this assembly makes no sense at all lately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over roughly 43, 44 years, 20 years Anchorage resident, currently Valley resident. I'm addressing the combined items you got here, this item right here, but it all connects with the issue of body cameras and how you're going to work it, particularly financially. When you had the first one for public hearing, there was a delay to approve it, in that can you find, assembly members find other ways to fund it without having to go to the voters? Because what I said to you all is, why do you have to take that item and take it to the voters? And then obviously a question would be is what happens if the voters turn it down? But I also reminded you this scenario is nationally, protests across the country, this key item dealing with body cameras came out into the picture. That's why we're here tonight. Because nationally, this is an issue that concerns Americans across the country, and the lack of compliance and accountability regarding the police departments across the country. That's what we're dealing with. But accountability is also a two-way street. That is, when you connect the people in addressing the issue, you need to be transparent and give the public a fair chance to communicate to you before you make that decision. But what chance do we have now? Going to the voters, you have to make a decision tonight, unless you do a special election. Is that fair? The late in the table item that was noted by Assembly Member Zalatel, well, at 5:36 tonight, it was being read into the record, and I didn't get a copy of the sole member of the public until 5:39. Is that the way to connect with the S version of what that's all about? But on the item that also is on this, it brings out a series of department funds coming out and identifying X amount for different departments. But it doesn't say how the departments are going to be affected. And when you do that, how is it going to affect the people? You needed to be transparent in dealing with costs and identify exactly, and the people need to know before you make decisions and they need to be allowed to speak. So what do we got here? More of the same. More of the same. And you wonder why there's protests across the country about how government works. This is an example of what we have here tonight. And it continues on and on. So what do I recommend you do? Number one, don't take this to the voters. Don't do a delay tactic. Don't result in a situation where the public could say no, because they're already being questioned about how they're going to survive with the COVID scenario. But this is critical. And note too, one litigation and suit successfully by a public against the police department in the city would pay for the bloody thing more likely. So I'll leave you with that, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to phone testimony. We're going to start with Trevor Stores.
Hi, this is Trevor.
Hi, Mr. Stores. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A, AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much. As the president and CEO of the Alaska Children's Trust, the statewide lead organization focused on the prevention of child abuse and neglect and key supporter of the alcohol tax ordinance, we are 100% in support of the acquisition of body cams. But this important step towards racial equality should not be on the backs of our children. The municipality's annual budget is nearly 550. My apologies. Municipality annual budget is nearly $550 million. Almost half goes to public safety, 22% to APD. Less than 2.5% is dedicated to social services programs that help children and families thrive through the health department. The municipality puts little to no investment in upstream investments, which has the highest return on investment and relieves stress on the downstream services like enforcement. Until the passing of the alcohol tax, the city invested zero in early childhood, a primary tool to prevent child maltreatment and to put children on a path to educational success. Currently, only 32% of Anchorage children are kindergarten ready. Over 35% of all child abuse and neglect cases occur in Anchorage. An investment in early childhood education will change these trends. Because body cams are a priority to us, does not mean services to children should be required to pay for them. Since 2003, public safety has seen a 16% increase. Since 2016, with all other departments, excluding fire, decreased by about $2 million. Plus, first responders are receiving 25% of the alcohol tax funds, approximately $3 million. The real question is, if body cams are truly important to APD, as stated by the administration and Chief Dahl, they should find the funding in their current and vast budget. Removing $500,000 from the total early childhood education budget would be a 25% decrease. If APD reallocated from their vast budget, it would be less than 1% budget change. We cannot continue to ignore prevention and pay for costly interventions like the police. Nor can we ask children to pay for these body cams. This is Anchorage's first investment in one of the most impactful and powerful ways to help raise children who will become contributing members to our collective. Let's keep it strong and not take from the children. Thank you, and I'm available for questions if desired.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Tara Devlin.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Devlin. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A, AR number 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Tara Devlin. I'm calling from the unceded territory of the Dena'ina people in Anchorage. And just thank you for having me speak. I'm so proud of this assembly for tonight, being able to deal with staying calm, thank you, and for addressing this important issue of allocations of new body cameras for our police officers, whose jobs are paid for by our taxes to protect the whole community. But our community has been faced with deep trauma of inequity in our long history of abuse of power used against Alaska Native peoples, people of color in our community, who have had violent and unnecessary force against them, and never to be forgotten, the sexual abuse of the 6 women by a decorated Anchorage officer on duty. We obviously need transparency in our community, and we can see the Assembly understands that, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I also appreciate the $250,000 proposed allocation from the S version. I believe that this should be used as well as the $600,000 that was found in the seizure fund of the APD, as discussed in the Assembly meeting about this last week. This cannot be a decision of either education or transparency of our police officers. This, body cameras are obvious day one stuff, and this has not been able to be a priority in the last decade. This should not be a debate on putting this to vote in bonds package or taking from the $2 million proposed for pre-K budget. Anchorage and Eagle River residents are being given a false choice. You can either pay taxes or take from education, and that's not reality. We have the money. We know that that means that we have to move things around. I get that, and we have to change certain priorities. But the transparency of our public servers and early education services are desperately needed in this community. The Anchorage Police Department's budget is currently 22.3% of our overall budget, and the Health Department's budget, which is obviously what Alaska needs more than anyone, is 2.4%. So we cannot continue to invest in the police and then expect different safety and wellness for our community. We have to find the funds that are already there. As an educator, I believe that we need the interventions like early education. I've seen the data. Our suspension, dropout rates, referrals to special ed programs have lower graduation rates. These are all disproportionately and obviously affecting our Alaska Native youth. These students are on the school-to-prison pipeline, and there is a direct correlation of taking funding away.
Ma'am, but your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Last on our phone list before we go back to in-person, we have Mr. Williams. Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Herrera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A, AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly members. Niall Williams here. I represent the nonprofit 1776 Alaska. Also the website 1776alaska.org. Speaking in response to AR 2021-17, I would like to oppose this. In the first, not the S version, but the initial version, line number 17, it says a business model of leasing to police departments, various camera technologies. And then, so these are going to be nationalized companies where down in the lower 48, they're holding the actual digital record of these recording devices. Now, to actually hold a police department accountable, you have to be able to quickly access the digital records. I would like to speak to records requests with the Anchorage Police Department. I currently have 7 records requests on file with the Anchorage Police Department to investigate unlawful arrests of myself, Dustin Darden, and Cassie Fretwell. We were all unlawfully arrested for going into an Anchorage School Board and Anchorage Assembly joint meeting that was never held on December 7th, 2020. All of these records need to be accessible to the public in a timely manner. I would also like to speak to the December 22nd incident of the Anchorage Police Department, where 4 armed thugs of the Anchorage Police Department shot and murdered someone in their home.
Sir, if you can just make sure that your testimony is on topic, Mr. Williams, on the item that we have before us, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, if they would have had body cameras on them and the records would have been able to be seen, you would have seen that that individual was unarmed in his home and should not have been shot by a death squad of Anchorage Police Department employees. I strongly oppose this ordinance. We should hold the data, we should hold the actual devices in our hands of the municipality so that when the citizens of Anchorage want to request records from the Anchorage Police Department, it's a very swift and easy process. It's time we hold these tyrants accountable, like Sergeant Bakken that cuffed Justin Darden and yanked him out of an assembly meeting for exercising his First Amendment rights.
So I'm going to go ahead and cut off your testimony.
Thank you.
Since you're unable to stay on topic. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to in-person. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is William Topel. My Assembly members are supposed to be Mr. Peterson, Mr. Dunbar. Okay, I don't have the S version of this on hand because I was in the next room tonight. So I'm speaking with a little bit of lack of information, possibly. So I can only address the subject matter in general. I'm generally in favor of body cams for our police because I believe it might prevent police abuse against the general public, but I'm also concerned about our civil rights and civil liberties. So in a non-violent situation, maybe a good idea to make sure that our police department makes aware to the public that you are being recorded. Okay, just like you see in some stores, you're being recorded by audiovisual devices. Okay. Good point brought up by Mr. Williams here. This being leased to an out-of-state company. The Alaska Constitution guarantees the right to privacy. So if there's any way you can make sure the data collected from this stays in-house, in the city, in the state, without having it go outside of the state, and God knows who knows where else it does, just like our DMV records of your image of your person goes out of the country. That's a good point too. As far as this being on the ballot or this being just voted on, it's too bad we can't find this amount of money within our budget already. This might be an attempt to do that possibly, but maybe I don't know, you could be a little bit short. I can't really tell. I don't have the S version in front of me, so I can only speak on generalities here. Like I said, I think this is a good concept. It might prevent police abuse, but we also have to be concerned about the civil rights of people out there. Again, in a nonviolent setting, if the police can let people know that you are being recorded, that would be a good balance, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question for you before I go to Ms. Aller. Just want to let the public know. Yes. We do have S versions of any of the S versions that we have. They are available over there. So if any members of the public would like to take a look at those.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Tired.
So, I know, me too. What I wanted to, I don't know if you know because you're asking sort of questions about this. So if this doesn't pass tonight, this will become a tax levy for the community.
This will become a what again for the community?
It'll be on a bond.
It'll be on the ballot?
Yes, and then what will happen is the public will have to pay for it.
Yes.
So I'd like it to pass tonight.
Property taxes will be going up too, probably.
Yes. Just for clarification.
There's trade-offs, I guess. Maybe this is a good one. I hope, if we do it right. I don't know if it's written right. I haven't seen the S version yet, but...
It's decreasing. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify in person before I go back to the phone list? All right, not seeing any. Let me go back to the phone list. We're going to go ahead and try Miss Jackie Kaysen one more time.
Hello, this is Jackie.
Hi, Ms. Kaysen. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A, AR 2021-17. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. As you know, my name is Jackie Kaysen, and I'm here to testify on the ordinance you're discussing. The dedicated funding that is to flow from the alcohol tax should remain and not be diverted to pay for body cams, as important as those are. These two priorities, pre-K education and law enforcement, are not unrelated, and they're both very important. Each child is born is a thread in the social fabric of our community and its workforce. Our children depend on us, all of us. How we weave those threads together determines the strength and durability of our social fabric. If we drop too many threads, ignoring the early needs of children, we end up with the large holes and gaps in the social fabric. We end up with the chore of constant patching. We must, as a priority, invest in a good weave, letting all children know they are a precious priority. Childcare businesses are struggling with challenges caused by the pandemic. Childcare businesses have long struggled to recruit and retain qualified staff. Well-educated early childhood specialists not only teach the children, but help educate families as well. Early educators are true experts who understand the stages of social and cognitive development in ways many of us do not. These early educators provide children with a safe, healthy, nurturing, and loving environment in which to learn. A child's brain isn't born fully built. It's constructed through the interaction of nature and nurture. Recent research shows that schools' primary challenge is to compensate for early disadvantages that handicap many children even before they enter kindergarten. Achievement gaps between economically advantaged and disadvantaged children widen as they move through school. A rapidly growing body of research suggests that we've largely been missing where the true investment opportunity lies, in the critical earliest years of life. Extraordinary development occurs from birth to age 5, forming the bedrock for lifelong health, intellectual ability, emotional well-being, and social functioning. This is where we need to invest. Many parents are excellent early educators, no doubt about it. But many parents have additional responsibilities. Stable child care programs enable the adults in families to return to work, not overburdened by the cognitive load of trying to figure out child care and not stressed over placing children in unstable child care arrangements. I've been in those tight spots in my life, choosing between less than ideal options. It's extremely stressful, and working parents end up feeling like they're performing poorly at home and at work. Early learning centers support employers who rely on available, focused, and productive workers, and they stabilize and enrich our community. Affordable, stable child care programs have been scarce for decades. To demonstrate we care about each and every child and will weave them lovingly into the social fabric of our city, we should retain this funding stream. It offers an excellent return on investment that will serve the goals of law enforcement in the long run. So while I support the body cams, I do not want to divert the funds, and I hope that we'll go ahead and put this out to a vote for a tax levy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, I'll go ahead and go back to in person. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to item 11C. Read it for the record. Ordinance number AO 2020-1116S, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, at the election to be held in the municipality on April 6, 2021, the question of whether to approve a special tax levy dedicated to payment of the costs of leasing for the Anchorage Police Department, body-worn camera, in-car cameras, digital evidence management, computer-aided dispatch, and record management systems. Thank you. All right. What is the will of the... we actually have a motion to approve on the floor. So is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I am supportive of this item and the substitute of the other item, and I would like to speak briefly in support of this in hopes that we pass the item to send the question to the voters, shall they tax themselves for the permanent purchase of these technology items, or permanent lease. So the question was raised, why take it to the voters? And I'll tell you why you take it to the voters. Next year, or a year from now, or a year from then, you will have a different assembly and a different mayor. And they may not have the priority to maintain or implement or utilize body-worn cameras. They might decide that their number one priority is just to cut $10 million a year off of the tax cap, and this will be a place that they cut. And so if the voters approve a special levy that says, for these technologies, the voters have approved this purchase, that will provide protection to the public's interest in having body-worn cameras and an updated electronic 911 system. It won't be subject to the vagaries of the majority of the day. Instead, the voters will have spoken. The question was asked, what happens if the voters turn it down? There's some fear that this will raise up a conversation that this community is ill-suited to have because of history. Challenging conversations around race have proven in this town. And in this case, I don't believe that the voters will turn it down. This is supported broadly by law enforcement. It's supported broadly by members of my neighborhoods that I serve, which are majority minority, that have very diverse representation in the community councils. But if the voters do turn it down, I'm committed to ensure that we have a way to pay for it going forward. We will find a way. But the best way is to have the voters tell us this is our will. So one of the speakers suggested that the purpose of the cameras is to prevent police abuse. And in many cases, that may be the case, but it also is to provide protection to our police department from unfair claims that can't be proven, but instead the evidence might protect the individuals making the claims, or it might protect our law enforcement. And so these tools are beneficial to all parties. And so in the end, I think that the best answer we have before us today is to put this question before the voters so that the voters can mandate that we keep these technologies around, and it isn't the whim of this or that mayor and this or that assembly, because mounting this battle every year from now until the end of time is not something that is a good use of the body's energy. Thank you. I urge support.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I also support this. It's interesting. A few of the speakers mentioned that we have been cutting other departments and increasing the budget at the police for a number of years. And in fact, we have. And it's been very difficult for every department in the city to do that, but we needed to do it. We needed to increase the size of our police force and increase their efficiency, and it's working. Our crime is down. Complaints, we used to get so many complaints about, not getting calls back, low performance from the police. This is just 3 or 4 years ago. And those, I haven't heard anything in the last year. So we're doing much better, and we're doing it because we funded the police. So, the idea that we should take from their budget, which is quite large, but it's such a critical part of what city government is for, it should be large. So we should not be backpedaling and decreasing all the hard work that we've done in the last 6 years. We also heard from the chief that if we do it as a one-year budget thing, which is proposed in the other ordinance, it's hard to get a lease. And that's the paradigm now, is you don't just buy it, you lease it, kind of like you're paying for your software now on your computer. And they can't do it 1 year at a time. They have to be able to say, yes, we have guaranteed funding for the next 10 years, and then they can go out and get this lease. So if we don't do guaranteed long-term funding, we don't get this deal. So, and that is what the ballot measure would do, is give us that long-term funding. Anyway, I do support this, and I think the public will support it on the ballot. It's important. And it's not just body cams. I mean, big chunk of this is technology for the police to do their job better. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I have a question, I think, to Ms. Zolotel, and then I have a comment. So even though this isn't necessarily on the topic we have before us, I think in order for me to make an informed decision on this item, 1116S, I need to have a better understanding of how this item works in tandem with 17S. So I'm wondering if Ms. Alatil can provide a short explanation of that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The S version of the companion item, they do work together. It's not one or the other. It's a commitment of $250,000. The funding source is our first quarter shelter funding we had put for day engagement and homelessness shelter. We believe that we know that those funds will be covered through FEMA and emergency solution grant opportunities that have come as a result of COVID-19. So there is funding, and that funding creates a commitment, a monetary commitment, and not a small one at $250,000. Then it also says that if we go to the tax levy, so it's both, but there's a commitment to continue to look for the funding in 2021, so whether that's the tax levy or other.
Thank you, and I have a brief comment then. I really appreciate all of the efforts of all of my colleagues. A lot of folks have had their fingerprints on this to try to find a solution to this issue. You know, I think we all agree that we need the various IT upgrades proposed by APD, including body-worn cameras. But for me, what I will not do is sacrifice one priority for another, especially when both of them deal with critical and immediate equity needs in our community. The municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska have not made the type of investments that we need to in early childhood education. So I really appreciate Ms. Alatil bringing the S version of that other version forward. I think this is really a golden opportunity for us to move forward with funding early childhood education. So it's really disappointing for me to see some of my colleagues try to cut that budget that we approved in November. I think although I would have preferred a better community process for this item, I'm going to still support this ballot proposition on the ballot and letting the voters decide in the end. If they come back with a no, I think we should all commit today, and I appreciate Mr. Constant doing so, to really rolling up our sleeves and finding the money when we start the first quarter budget revision process in April. Also want to speak briefly about the policy versus what we're doing today, which is finding the dollars. I appreciate some of the public testimony that we heard on that, both in person, over the phone, and we got some email testimony on that as well. We made a deliberate choice when starting this process that we're going to deal with the policy question after we deal with the monetary question. So that's what we have before us now. And then I know probably in very short order, we're going to start hammering down that policy question and really digging deep into that, because it does bring, I think, a lot of concerns for many of the body and much of the public as well. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All right, next we have Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't often express disappointment in the work that we do, because I think so highly of all of my colleagues, both in the administration and on this body. However, I truly do believe that if the will was there, we could identify existing funding within our operating budget to fund this now, and that it concerns me that it's not so much of a priority that there's enough will to do that. I am absolutely not in favor of using early childhood education money to fund this, and I know my name was on the resolution. However, that part of it I do not support, and I would not vote to include that funding. But I am concerned that by putting this out for a vote, we're not taking responsibility for something that we all believe is vital and important. And so I am not going to support putting this out for a vote, and I also am concerned that we're doing this piece before the other, because I think what it does is it potentially negates the next conversation that we're going to have. So I'm not going to support this, in hope that we can get to a conversation about actually funding this within our own operating budget, not using alcohol tax funds, but reallocating operational funds. And I would urge not support of this so that we can have that discussion about identifying existing funds within our budget and funding this now and committing to ensuring that we fund it in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask a question first, and then I do have some comments. But my question is in regard to something that Ms. Zolotel said, and she was talking about the S version on 2021-17, and mentioning that if there was a way to find more funds, then maybe we wouldn't need to use the tax levy funds. And if I understood that right, then my question is that even possible? Because once we have if the voters actually approve an increase in their taxes to specifically fund a certain project, or in this case, the lease, are we not obligated to actually take in those funds and spend them for that purpose? I'm thinking we wouldn't be allowed to then fund that particular project with some other funding source. So can I get some clarification on that, please?
Was that question for Ms. Zolotel or the administration?
It's probably for the administration, in terms of just how we would actually take in those funds, and if we could use them, another source, in order to pay for those projects when we actually have a tax levy
Thank you.
approved for that purpose. Thank you.
Who from the administration would like to respond?
I think Jason is on the phone, and I think he can respond.
Mr. Balkenstead?
Not hearing him. This is Alex Slivka, Chief Fiscal Officer. The answer to the question is no, we do not need to raise all the money. We can treat these two items that are being considered tonight in concert with each other. So if the item that the S version, which anticipates using $250,000 to get started, then we would work with APD to understand what the total budget is for 2021, and that amount would be what would be taxed for. We would not just automatically tax to the highest amount. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, sorry, I was having difficulty getting the mute button off. This is Jason Balkenstead. I'll just reiterate a little bit of what Mr. Slivka said, but also point you back to the ordinance, which says that the levy that would be issued is an amount not to exceed $1.84 million. So we just cannot go over that dollar amount, but if we ended up spending less in any given year, that is also okay.
Thank you. Do you have anything else, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, actually, I do have a bit of a question then. If you put something in a tax levy, like the amount not to exceed is it 4 million or 1.8 million? If you'd use that amount, and it basically is in perpetuity in this particular tax levy, what happens when the lease goes up 20% or 10% or 1,000% or whatever? What happens then with being able to fund all of these things in a lease program if you don't actually have the amount anymore?
Mr. Balkenstead? Mr. Balkenstead?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was looking at the ordinance to gather some information. So if you could give me just a second, I will. Let me try to find it, and I will respond.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, unless you have anything else, Ms. Kennedy, I'm going to move on in the queue and then go back to Mr. Balkenstead to answer your question.
Thank you. I do have some comments, but you can come back to me after Mr. Balkenstead's answer. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think some of my colleagues have touched on the points around creating a IT program for APD as part of their infrastructure that is long-lasting. That's one that has fidelity, meaning we won't have to worry about our equipment becoming outdated or outmoded before we are even able to bring online all of the equipment. We've seen and experienced that before when we used to purchase IT equipment through bonds. So a tax levy is a nimble way to create this infrastructure. Ms. Kennedy's question was a really good one, and I think a piece of what's not been at the forefront of the discussion. This is a not to exceed amount. And in working on the other resolution, S version with Ms. LaFrance, what it gives us the opportunity to do is examine our budgets every year, particularly at first quarter budget revisions where we true up one year into the next, and see if there are funds we can put forward towards this very important set of IT infrastructure for APD that will defray or lower the cost to the taxpayer. It also does not preclude, and in fact encourages in my mind, for the police department to look for grants to help offset this cost. I know they have looked for grants in the past per the request of the public, but a lot of those grants are not enough to even get started. But they would be enough if we make this commitment to keep things going. Finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about how these things all work together. The body-worn cameras are not a standalone item. They go with other key pieces of infrastructure here and won't work without the other pieces. So it is important, I believe, that we lease these items together so that they work together. I guess I have one more point, I'm sorry. And that's the policy question. And I've been raising this ever since the outset of this conversation. If we are going to have the policy conversation, which I think we need to, and we need to start it soon, having some municipal skin in the game through a monetary contribution already and then moving toward the tax levy is a great way to jumpstart that process. I don't think it will be quick, meaning that even if we found funds within our budget tomorrow, I do not believe we would be ready to put body-worn cameras on the street. It is going to be a big conversation, and it will have to address considerations like were raised tonight. What about notice of recording? What about Miranda warning considerations? What about data storage? What about all those other tools the other gentleman mentioned that could be used in concert with body-worn cameras? So the tax levy, I wholeheartedly support. I like its flexibility. I like that it's nimble. But it's just the start of really building a legacy piece of infrastructure for APD that will be to the benefit of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slivka?
Thank you. I had asked Mr. Slivka to make a request to speak for me, but I'm withdrawing that. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For reasons already stated by colleagues, I'll be voting in support of this ordinance. Most of all, I think we need a dedicated and sustained funding source that doesn't take funds from APD's operating budget. And as it's been pointed out a few times, we can approve both this ordinance and the S version of the resolution. And as Ms. Zelatel noted, we can continue to look for more funding sources since the AO contains the language of not to exceed. And then I just wanted to point out too that if we pass the S version, then the commitment to fund the body-worn cameras is made clear as well to the community, regardless of the outcome of the levy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bockenstead, were you able to get an answer to Ms. Kennedy's question? I know Ms. Zalato also answered it in part.
Yes, through the chair, was able to track down some additional information, which is to say that even though that we do obviously have language in there that says not to exceed a certain amount, that the way that we would go about locking in the costs so that we don't ever really exceed this is likely to enter into a long-term contract with whoever is awarded this through the RFP process. Similar, probably it would be, I would envision somewhere along the lines of there'd be a 5-year contract with an option to extend that would obviously play within the, the budget that we have, and that would be a part of the RFP process. So, we think based on this and the fact that, we have in here, and again, in the language in the ordinance, it says to pay for annual leasing, operations, and maintenance costs related to the acquisition of the equipment for APD described above, that we think we'll have enough for the longer term and wouldn't have to continue to find funds elsewhere.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate all the information in regard to what the tax levy would do and what the cap on that might do to being able to afford a lease in the long term. But I will say that changing cost of the lease is exactly why this lease needs to go into the general fund and not be one that's dependent on a maximum cost of a tax levy. You can certainly start off a contract, say, with 3 years at a flat rate, but guaranteed things are not going to stay that way. Costs are going to go up. They just always do. I mean, look at what's happening to the municipality. Nothing's cheaper. Everything's more expensive year to year. If you even look at a 3-year difference, you can see a bigger jump in a lot of those cost increases. So you might have a 3-year time period where something's not increasing, but within 5 years, you're definitely going to see increases after that. As the municipality grows, we may actually have more police officers and a need for even more cameras. We might have more vehicles, so we have to have more in-vehicle cameras. We have to have a bigger infrastructure to handle all the communications. So everything about the potential for the cost of the contract growing is part and parcel to why using a dedicated tax levy at a certain limit or maximum could absolutely become problematic. It really is, what we learned in a lot of this discussion with those of us that have been, digging around trying to find the funding, that leasing itself, just the idea of a company coming in and offering a lease to the municipality, they are going to look at the funding sources. And unfortunately, grants are one of those things that companies do not like to look back and say, oh, you're getting all your funding from a grant. Well, that grant could last a year. It might last 2 or 3 years, but it is incredibly unstable funding. And when you've got sources like that are that unstable, then the tendency for a company to put a lease out is kind of, it's less than desirable, put it that way. I think in terms of it trying to protect the demand for the cameras from assembly to mayor, as those people change out over the years, I don't think that's a problem at all because there's such wide support in the community for them now. I think whoever is in power in the mayor's office or on the assembly seats, the public's going to have some input that says, no, we need this is important. And, and it's like anything else. Once you have them, people don't let go. So I don't think that is actually a feature, so to speak, of having a tax levy. The other thing is that when you're voting in a tax hike like this, not all the taxpayers agree with that. We have a history in this community of passing things by very slim margins most of the time, and which tells me that, half the people want it, and maybe just a few more than half, but half the people don't. But the unfortunate part of it is once you put a tax in place where some people feel like, I can afford it, no big deal, it's those that can afford it, those that didn't vote for it, that still end up paying for it anyway. And of course, we already have property taxes. We know that the valuations of most of the properties throughout the municipality are going up this year. So that's an automatic increase to everybody's tax base, if you will. Now, there was one section, and granted, I will give that to the member of the district from downtown, that didn't have an increase in the property valuations this past year. But everybody else had increases, and some were quite significant. So basically that allows the tax cap this year to be even larger. Well, it'll be larger than it was last year. So there's already some funding basically within the general fund now that's going to be available. So again, what's been real frustrating, and I love the way that Mr. Perez-Verdia recounted some of our frustration in trying to go through this exercise of looking for $1.8 million in a $548 million budget. It was really difficult. Nobody really wanted to help. And nobody was willing to give a little here or give a little there. In fact, we were kind of not chastised, but it was frowned upon, the fact that we were trying to take such small pieces here and there. You know, piecemealing was, I think, the term. But anyway, what it comes down to is the fact that we're about to put something on the ballot that may or may not pass. And the risk of it not passing puts this project back even farther. And so I would absolutely, I hope I would change some of your minds in just saying that there are better ways to get to this $1.8 million funding that allows us to get this project off and running. And I know I'll have more to say about that, but like Mr. Perez-Verdia says, it almost makes it too hard to have a conversation about the next one because we're taking this one first. And so we're kind of just squelching the idea of even trying to look for where these funds could come from without having to increase the taxes of the taxpayers. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I really appreciate this conversation, and I walked into this conversation with my mind open, really looking forward to hearing the arguments on both sides. And I find myself, being persuaded in some ways by some of the arguments. But I come back to something that's just very basic to me, and that is that this is and should be a priority for our administration and for this assembly. And this is not the time to increase taxes within our community. This is, it strikes me as an odd way to fund something that is sort of a fundamental need within our city. And I find it difficult to understand why we can't, within our existing budget, not purchase a truck, not purchase another something, and find the funds within our current budget. So as much as I appreciate the eloquent arguments on the other side, I really do feel like that by putting this out for a vote, we are really risking the opportunity to do the right thing and to ensure that this is part of our police force in the future. But I will say, if this does pass and it does go out for a vote, I like the idea of committing funds to it. I think that I appreciate that because I think it puts skin in the game. And I will also publicly commit to ensuring that moving forward, that this is a priority for me and making sure that we get the technology necessary for our police force and that we're able to put in body cams. And I just lastly want to say that I really agree with the conversation about policy, that the funding's one thing. The more difficult conversation is going to be about how this all works and how we do it in the right way. So with that, I would urge a no vote on this. But either way, I'm committed to make sure it happens. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. And I would agree that this should go on the ballot if it was a mask, but it's not. So I think the public should be able to decide and vote whether they want to wear a mask or not. But this isn't about that. This is about finances. And when we're talking about finances, the Assembly needs to come together as a body and figure out a way to reallocate these funds in our meetings. And we need to be able to use that to make sure that the property taxes that are going out to all the people in our community are lower. Because I know I'm hurting. My property taxes went up. I know the people that are lower income are hurting because their property taxes went up. We could find the funds by reallocating in numerous areas in our budget to include a little bit in each section in every department. I would also like to say that I trust the APD, so when it comes to training and how to use those body cams, it's nationwide and it's across the country. So I don't think it's going to be a problem of being able to implement this quickly and be able to get that training on board, which protects our police department, our police officers, and it also protects those of the citizens that they feel they've been violated in some sort of way. When we're going forward, we need to have more discussion with our community. And in order to do that, you need to be able to have more work sessions on things like this. I don't want it pushed on the ballot. If it gets pushed on the ballot, we're in COVID-19 right now, and it's going to hurt every single one of us. If everybody is already upset about your property taxes going up, this is going to happen again. This is not where we need to be. I know there's funds in our budget, and I know we could reallocate. This doesn't need to pass today. We need to work together. And working with Celeste Hodge on this, we have each other's support, and I want to continue to support what she needs for her community and our communities join together to make sure that we are all protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slivka?
Yeah, through the chair. Just a reminder that the taxes are based on the tax cap calculation. I know everybody probably received in the mail valuations on their homes that went up on average about 1%. That doesn't translate to an increase in your tax. It just gets divided across a bigger number.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, two things. First, I believe we do need to vote on this tonight if we want this policy to go forward. So that saying that we can delay it is not true. I also want to challenge the notion that creating a special tax levy indicates that something isn't a priority. It's a different paradigm now with these kind of technological leases, and I believe that we did something very similar to this last year with the fire department for something that I certainly felt was a priority, and I think that all of my colleagues here voted for it. I don't recall the exact vote who voted for or against, but I believe that it passed strongly. And I guess I would ask the administration, someone there, to describe what we did last year with the fire department and how it might be similar or different to this, and whether or not it passed and has been successful.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, this is Jason Bockenstead. You are exactly right. There was an almost identical ordinance that was introduced and passed by the Assembly. It was passed unanimously. There were no votes against it, and it approved a special tax levy dedicated to payment of the cost of leasing emergency medical equipment and systems. So all of the cardiac monitors and CPR chest compression systems, the power gurneys that are on our ambulances. Obviously, I think all of us strongly believe that that is a big priority for our community, and we still put this in front of the voters. And I would just remind everyone, I believe, I haven't checked, I haven't checked tonight, but the last time I looked, I believe that this particular ordinance or ballot proposition actually passed with the highest margin out of every single proposition that was in front of voters last year.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstead. Mr. Chair, can I have one last comment?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just say again, when we crafted the budget back in November, and really we started crafting it in August, there were various funding mechanisms for different things. There was our traditional property tax base, there was the new alcohol tax, which we were working with the theory of change to structure, and then there was this, and this was on our radar quite early. And so it wasn't that I thought that one thing was a priority over another. It was that I felt that there were different funding mechanisms for different things. And then we all voted on the budget in November, and I believe most of us voted for it. Obviously, it passed. And there were different funding mechanisms for different priorities. And had I known that my colleagues were going to oppose this, perhaps we would have had more discussion about that funding source back in November. But I thought that this was a fairly straightforward way to fund this thing. Once it was clear that it wasn't just going to be body cam standing alone, that it was going to be a broader tech update that APD very much needed and was asking for. I felt that this was an appropriate mechanism. Now, I appreciate the conversation we've had, and I hope that the next budget item passes too, to provide folks that are worried about this item, with a little more certainty that there will be a dedicated source of funds immediately for body cams. But I do think that this will pass if we put it before the voters, just like the AFD passed. I certainly hope that's the case, and I certainly hope we all work to see it pass if it does get on the ballot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, last we have Ms. Kennedy, and then I'd like us to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. I just wanted to make a comment on the 2021-17 and to really talk about what we could do with that. I know Ms. Zolotel has the S version that's been presented, and I see what's being done there, but I'm just saying that we can actually build off of that, build off of some of the forfeitures fund and the 250 that and not deal with the 500 from the early education, but we could come up with $935,200, and that would basically give us half a year of a lease program that again gets this project kicked off on its way, and then we work on putting it into the general fund. I think I've said that before, but I want to say it publicly now at the regular assembly meeting, that there is still a way to do this that makes sense. And yes, it's a little bit, I can see where there will be people that may be upset about losing some of their travel funds in their budget, but we have taken so broadly from very large funds within the whole municipality that we can come up with $385,000 there, take 300 from the forfeiture fund, use the 250,000, and like I said, we've got almost $1 million then. We don't have to tax the people. We have a way around. It takes a little bit of effort, but not a whole lot of thought, and I think we can do it. So I would just hope that everybody would keep that in mind as well, and we'll see how the vote goes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
That item is approved 7-3. Next, we have item 14A, resolution number AR 2021-17. We already had the public hearing on this item. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Oh, second.
Moved by LaFrance, seconded by Zolotel. I understand that there is an amendment on this item. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is there a motion on this amendment?
No, Chair, I'm not going to move my amendment forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any discussion on this item? Ms. LaFrance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Did you say it was S version or that moved? I couldn't hear.
Yes, it was the S version that was moved.
All right, thank you. Apologies.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, apologies for the late on the table nature of the S version. I know we just had a conversation on Friday about trying to give advance notice to everybody. This S version came about after Friday's work session, and thanks to members Kennedy, Perez-Verdia, and Allard for getting this conversation going, and I appreciate the collaboration with Ms. Zolotel on this S version. I just wanted to point out a few things. I know we've had some discussion of it already, but it makes clear the commitment to implement cameras with a target date of end of year, December 31st, 2021. This is a date that the administration and Chief Dahl has said is achievable. And it also notes that the Assembly shall appropriate funds to meet this goal. It proposes, as been noted, a hybrid approach with $250,000 from a different funding source. And as pointed out in work sessions, the backbone upgrade needs to be done first before body cameras can be implemented. And the CAD, RMS, and DEM upgrades are both underway. And then the policy development also needs to occur, which will take some months to do. It's not necessary to appropriate the full $885,000 now. It can't be spent right away. And I just would say, too, we need to be careful how we cut in the impact, as Mr. Haberman had said, to services. But the $250,000 will enable the completion of the backbone upgrade. And this upgrade is going to have to get done regardless of the outcome of the levy. And doing this and proceeding with the backbone upgrade will enable the city to meet the end-of-year target for implementation of body cameras. And then at the same time, on a parallel track, the policy work can start. And when we get to first quarter budget revisions, we can then appropriate funds needed to complete the implementation and identify any continuation funding source. So, I mean, if the levy passes, as we talked about before, then this will reduce the amount by $250,000. If it doesn't pass, then we'll cut services where we need to fund the camera implementation. But the bottom line is the community, and I believe the body, all agrees that this is something we need to move forward on, and I believe this S version makes that commitment clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Chair, I'm not in queue. I think that was from before.
Got
Sorry
it. Thank
about
you.
that. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Ms. LaFrance for her diligent effort on this. She really brought this forward. I also am hoping to see this jumpstart APD's efforts to continue to look for grant funding to defray the taxpayer costs, as well as jumpstart conversations also with the private sector about ways to defray this cost. I think body-worn cameras and IT infrastructure for APD is a community-wide priority, and one that doesn't have to solely be a municipal investment. It can be a private-public partnership. So I think this jumpstarts a lot of opportunity by making this commitment, and I think we can move forward, and I look forward to the additional work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the half a dozen or so organizations that reached out in this conversation over the last week or so, who made a really clear argument that this wasn't an either-or proposition, that there was, in fact, a third way forward for us, which is to ask the voters to do what's right in funding the service in the long term, and at the same time jumpstart the process by putting necessary funds that we know we can spend by the end of the year. So to those who reached out to me with your words of thoughtful input, I say thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Ms. Valatil and France for bringing this forward. I appreciate it tremendously, because I think that's really what the message we're sending is, that we are committed to this regardless of what happens. This is a priority for us, and we are going to put money towards it and ensure that it happens. So I would urge support by my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the efforts that have gone into this by the sponsors, and I certainly appreciate the comments from the public, and I certainly understand everyone's support for early education. My thought in the early education piece was that we wouldn't be ready to put a lot of those grants out to begin with, so having it be $1,500,000 amount was going to be able to cover the actual needs that they would be able to cover for the rest of the year once those funds actually start coming in and are available. But anyway, I certainly understand where people's hearts were at in terms of protecting early education funding. But again, we still could have done this. I certainly appreciate the $250,000. I absolutely appreciate the language in here that says, yeah, we're committed. We're going to do it for these reasons. I think we may very well be back to this whole question about where to find the actual funding if this ballot measure does fail. But I wanted to bring up an interesting point. It's a little bit of a side, if you can indulge me for a second, Mr. Chair, but just to bring up the question about how the funding for the early education grants might work. And the question that came to me today from the Anchorage School District is whether or not they would actually even be able to accept a grant or these kinds of funds. And there was a comment made that there would be enough money in here for the Anchorage School District to be able to apply for these grants and use them for preschool or however they want to craft their early learning program. But the question that I'm kind of asking or throwing out there is one that we probably need to have to look at as a municipality, and that is that because of the way that the state funding formula for education works, we have an automatic offset to the local contribution or from the local contribution to that state funding. So it becomes a little bit disconnected in terms of if we were to give the Anchorage School District funding, they may actually have to turn right around and give that to the state. Or they may have to just refuse it altogether, or we would actually be reducing our own local contribution because of the way the funding formula works with the state's funding and our matching local or our regular local contribution. So anyway, something to keep in mind. I know the Anchorage School District is checking with DEED this week. I think they sent the question into them today to ask them how that might work, and we probably need an opinion as well on our financial side of that. So just to keep that in mind. But again, I mean, I'll support this. It's very disappointing to think we couldn't do more and really get this off and running. I think we're still at a risk having to wait to see if the voters will approve the levy, but at least there is something going toward making that good faith effort. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If the administration could prepare an opinion on that matter for future discussion, that would be helpful. Okay, seeing no further discussion, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd actually like to offer an amendment. I would like on page 1, line 21, to delete and shall appropriate funds to meet this goal.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I'll tell you why. That would be $1.84 million, we're told, to do this. And can we commit to that? I mean, we just passed the previous item to send it to the voters for a new tax levy because we recognize how difficult it would be to scrape that out of APD or the other departments. The original version of this, 2021-17, only raised $880,000, and we found that difficult, so we look at this S version now that's far less money. But then in this one line, we are committing, should that ballot measure fail, we're committing to $1.84 million this year. And I don't know that we should do that. So the goals are here, but that would be very brash of us to make that as a guarantee.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that is different about this version and the previous is that the in-car cameras are not included here, and those are estimated to be about $700,000 or so, $710,000 in cost. And the original amount of $885, I mean, when applied to all these different programs and upgrades, really didn't go very far. So the $250,000 is enough to get the IT backbone complete, and maybe even there will be a little bit to get going with the cameras, which are about $800,000. So in order to implement the cameras, I mean, again, it would just be for the year because of the, as you know, need for sustained funding. We would need to come up with $700,000 or $800,000 more at first quarter budget revisions, which I think is something that we can commit to and should commit to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Yeah, I am squarely in the camp of Ms. LaFrance in the sense that that line right there is the stated commitment that I just made on the previous item. That doesn't matter what the voters do. I hope they support this, and we will find a way. We will find a way to fund this. And so, for my part, I would be a no on this amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
That amendment fails 9-1. We're now back on the main motion. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. All right, so that's 2 out of the 10 items that we need to get done today. So hopefully we'll be able to get through the rest a little more quickly. Next we have item 14B, ordinance number AO 2021-3, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,950,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities and capital improvements.
Yep, waive reading.
Thank you. All right, public testimony is now open on this item. I'm going to start with the phones. We have 2 folks on the phones. We'll start with Ms. Kimberly Hayes.
Hello, this is Kim.
Hi, Ms. Hayes. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 14B, AO 2021-3. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
I'm Chair Rivera. To clarify, I think I meant to sign up for 14E, Echo. Should I hold my testimony until then? It was just a typing error.
Yeah, if you could, I'll go ahead and put you down for that item.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, then we'll go ahead and move on to Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14B, ordinance number AO 21-3. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, yes. Good evening. Williams. I represent the nonprofit 1776 Alaska, also 1776alaska.org. I will also be filing and running for Anchorage School Board, at which point I will never vote to close the schools or to discriminate against those that do not wish to wear face
Go
sensors.
ahead and keep your testimony on topic, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so speaking to this is not the time during an economic crisis where the municipality of Anchorage is illegally closing businesses to be asking for more bonds and more tax dollars to be levied against the citizens of Anchorage. It's time to stop the out-of-control spending. We do not need to improve any of the parks. I'd actually like to make an amendment through the chair that we sell half the parks in the municipality of Anchorage. The municipality of Anchorage owns at least 300 to 500 parks. That is way too many public lands. There's oftentimes actions of illegality. Drug sales are performed there. Rapes have occurred there. Also, I would like to make a comment that if we're going to actually be improving parks in any way, we should have gender-specific bathrooms in all parks. God made men, God made women. You use the bathroom of the genitalia of your birth. Also, it's time to stop building more trails. It's not time for a second instance of the Trail of Tears to occur, where you're trying to march patriots from the municipality of Anchorage up to the North Pole to the FEMA camp.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. That completes our phone testimony. We'll go ahead and go to in-person. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome. There we go. There we go.
Very good, Felix. Politicians, if you didn't have your mask on, I know your lips are moving, so what does that tell me on the welcome? But anyway, Ron Aleva, these bonds here are any bonds, inappropriate. We're watching the federal government pass a stimulus package of almost, 1.9 trillion. That money's going to come down in WPA projects. I mean, listen, there was a lot of talk about, and I'll stay focused on bonding because that money's coming from the federal government. But I'm also concerned about debt. And debt is important because when we get out of this economy and that deficit, there's two ways. Infrastructure, get the economy going, or a wartime economy. And that's what happened in Nazi Germany. Hitler came before his people who were hungry and broke and out of work, and he took the debt and he lit a match and he freed Germany of that debt. Now, this country should rely on these federal funds and use them appropriately. But to put an added burden on us is wrong. Plus, you shuffle these bond funds. You did it with the purchase of Anchorage Christian Health, and that was wrong. You took money that could have went into a road project on DeBar, and you bought a facility in a right-of-way with absolutely no funding possible to develop that road. And then you gave them a lease back for what? Under fair market value. Nonprofits here got grants. I'm going to testify on the next one on the fire department and let you know why these bonds are wrong and the burden going to the taxpayer when 26% of the real estate in Anchorage is tax exempt from churches and nonprofits that receive CARES money. And you guys were like kids in a candy store. The debt is coming, and hopefully we can be genius enough to stay away from that wartime economy, because that's what's going to split this nation. So let's stop talking about freedom cabbage and let's stay focused on what our future is. And that's very important. I won't be here for it, but my granddaughter will. So decisions you make today, and I mean, I'm a chemical terrorist. My appeal was lost on the chlorine case. Year in jail, $200,000 fine. And because the false media, jury convicted me on timber trespass, cutting an infected spruce and a mayday, and now we're up to $400,000 in legal costs. So you guys be careful. Any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Scary when your mind's made up. You get confused by the facts.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening again. William Topol. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson regarding ordinance number 2021-3. As much as I've enjoyed the parks and recs in this town over the years, I'm in a situation now of being a limited income person that anything that increases my tax liability because of assembly actions or people's actions that raise the tax cap, I am burdened, okay? So I would be against this at this time, especially for other people. And maybe you can have an explanation to the people in the audience and anyone listening as to why that the taxpayers in Chugiak, Eagle River, Girdwood, outside the service area are going to be exempt from this. It might be a good reason, but it looks like some inequality here. I'm just throwing that out so you can give us some feedback. Again, I'm against this. Urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you.
I have a question for you, sir.
Bill, Chugiak Eagle River has its own parks and recs.
Pardon me?
Chugiak Eagle River has its own parks and recs, so we fund our things on our own.
Good.
The other thing I'd like to say is that although this will not affect Chugiak Eagle River, I have friends in the community of Anchorage that it will, so I'll be a solid no vote. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome.
Again, I'm Russ Reno. Through the chair, I watched the people who represent me downtown take $3 million of COVID funds while I was watching my business close down and turn it towards parks and recreation. You know, I love the parks we have around town. It's great. It's a great opportunity to be able to get out and do things. I'm a tour guide. It's something that I tell people about all the time, how the wonderful parks we have. But when you can allocate $3 million of money that should get out there to save our businesses and keep food on our table and everything else, and you're going to turn around now and allocate or try to increase the capital improvements that you always say you want our input on, but you never ever follow our input. So you're now going to get $4 million for park and recreations when you just took $3 million and gave it to the buddies at and I'm all for unions too, but perking the union people only and forgetting about the people that are out there trying to strive to just make ends meet. And now you want to increase taxes even more for more parks and recs? Well, I think just like in the last part where you could have got some money from someplace else other than early childhood education, you can find a different way to take care of that than to go after the people who take more money that you've already allocated away and change your mind again on the capital improvement projects that are out there when there's so many things that we need done just for normal living, normal life. And we don't see, it always seems to fall on deaf ears. And I know why that there was no extra tax increase for downtown, because most of the money would go to the downtown partnership. And that's why. It's a good old boy network that's getting to benefit on absolutely everything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sarah Boyer. I just feel like y'all spend money so easily. I am a new homeowner out in the Eagle River area, and my property taxes have gone up every year, and I obviously don't mind paying for things. But I haven't missed a paycheck. I've been very lucky. I've been able to work from home. There are plenty of people out there that are struggling very much. And, kind of what he said, we just spent all that money from the COVID money on trails, and now we're going to, increase the tax cap to pay for more trails. I always feel like, I went through a core conversion at my credit union, and it was a 9-month project. And we converted our core, we converted our phone system, and our home banking. And we did all that, and we didn't hire any more people. We just worked our butts off. And I feel like at some point, you guys just got to work your butts off. Sometimes things have to, sacrifices, I just feel like we keep raising the taxes and the taxes and the taxes. And it's just, at some point it kind of seems unfair. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Dustin Sherman.
So I do oppose this, and there's a couple reasons for that. So back in my hometown where I grew up, when we decided that it was time to make improvements and stuff on our parks, our trails, things like that, we actually enlisted the help of the citizens. We actually did the work. Nobody got paid. It was voluntary work. I think that if we were to put forth something like that, you could save a whole bunch of that kind of money. I'm sure that there's plenty of residents in this city, in the muni, that would spend a weekend, maybe 2 weekends, going out and improving a lot of the things that they want to see improved. So it's just an idea. If you're going to be working on trails, maybe put up enlist some of the citizens here in town rather than putting up another tax and saying our taxes go up on our homes. Just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 40 years, 20 of those years Anchorage resident, and currently a Valley resident. I would like to ask you to think of these words as I speak. Are you being physically responsible? Are you being physically responsible? You got here and asking the public for a public hearing on several bond issues. Your deadline cutoff time is tonight. And the first time for the public to speak on these proposed bonds that go to the people is tonight. Are you being fair to the public? Obviously, the answer I would think is no, but you would probably say yes, most of you, if not all. Now, let's go on to these bonds. And the first one that's before you tonight. What I have to say to you is this. This is not the time to go in the direction of not being physically responsible. This is more of the same what's happened. Last minute, you go to the people and say, at a public hearing, these are the proposals. Where's it coming from? Prepared by bond counsel, requested by the assembly, and the request of the acting mayor. Who else had a chance to address concerns of what was before here tonight? When was this introduced? January 12, 2021. Where is the chance for the public to say yes or nay on any of these? Also, you cannot help to notice over the years, and there's no change here, you put certain items on these bond issues to say, okay, I'll vote for this, because a package creates a situation where you'll get more likely the votes, and the lack of voter turnout, the history of that, the public, very few people are voting, and very few people voting. If they pass it on those few people, the end result is the rest will have to pay the price for it. So what I have to say to you is, wouldn't it be more appropriate that you pay this item in cash? Well, wait a minute, no. How do you pay something in cash? Because the city is already in debt, a sizable debt. Over the years, Alaskans, including the Valley, had an opportunity like no other state to be paying in cash. Because when you go out to bond scenario, it's like a credit card. If you don't pay it right away, you're paying the interest. So if you pay in cash, the end result would be that the public and you all, we all in the state, get more for the buck. And more roads could have been built, repaved, schools could have been built and rebuilt, but the end result is this is more of the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? And if anyone else would like to testify, please line up. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Rachel Colvard. I am opposed to all these bonds, but you're going to do them anyway, so we'll just vote them down in April. That's fine. But thank you, Dustin. It was an excellent idea. I have a master's degree, but that's not how I make my money. I'm a union carpenter, and as a union carpenter, I've volunteered on many of the projects that people have brought to us. And I'm wondering if, as you proceed forward, that you might look to public-private partnerships and let the tradespeople in town help you out with some of this. It's not like we're working right now, And there's plenty of apprentices that would be good on projects. There's plenty of people that aren't in unions through the Alaska Works Partnership that would appreciate the opportunity to work on projects. So it's not going to happen at this point, but tuck it into your hat and maybe consider that, because I've worked on many projects. I've helped rebuild the steps out at the ski slopes. I've worked on the gardening project that was over there in the Mountain View area. I've worked on building a greenhouse for Fairview Elementary, chicken coops. Different people approach the trades with like, hey, I really need some help. I can't afford it. Are there any tradespeople that can come and help us out? And they take projects on a case-by-case basis, but if that's something that maybe we could work through this downturn in our economy, it might be productive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Jennifer Anderson. I am opposed to this ordinance. The last thing we need to be doing right now is doing anything that's going to raise our tax cap, doing anything that's going to cause increases to our property taxes. We have put the people of Anchorage through hell this past year. The closures of businesses, the elimination of jobs because of the closures to the restaurants, the devastation of our small business owners. People are hurting. We don't have the money. We do not have any spare money at all right now. It has been Anchorage's history that we have never seen a bond that we didn't love. If we present this bond to the voters, you are devastating your property tax owners. You are putting insult upon insult to our working people, to anyone who is trying to just barely eke by right now. We cannot afford to pay anything more. We cannot afford higher taxes. We cannot afford to see any of these bonds go forward. I do not want to see this on the April ballot. I do not want to see us frittering away money on non-essential services. I love our parks. I think that our staff who support our parks are absolutely incredible. They are giving, they are loving, they are dedicated. I know that the folks at our greenhouses personally raise dahlia bulbs and donate from their own gardens so that we can have an incredible town center with our dahlia gardens. I know that the dedication of the Parks and Rec employees is incredible. But we do not need to be spending any more money right now on non-essentials like the trails, the Park and Rec facilities, anything like that. We can't afford it. We can't. You're asking an impossible thing of the taxpayers if you move forward with this or any of the other bonds. We simply can't afford it. We need to get our economy back in shape. We need to get our people working. We need to ensure that our property taxpayers can pay for the burden they already have without piling more on top of them. Please, I urge you, don't do this. I also take great exception to this part of raising the tax cap to pay for the associated operations and maintenance costs. I think that's a terrible idea. I think it's a cheat. I think it is a nasty, sneaky way to get around our tax cap, and I am vehemently opposed to that. And I hope that you will vote this down. This is a bad idea. All of these bonds going forward right now are terrible ideas. We cannot afford it. You are killing your taxpayers.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presverdia? Mr. Presverdia?
That item is approved 7-2. Next, we have item 14C, ordinance number AO 2021-4, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $1,950,000. Thank you. Of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvements. We're going to go ahead and start with phone testimony, starting with Mr. Williams. Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14C, ordinance number AO 2021-4. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, Williams, 1776alaska.org. I strongly oppose Anchorage Ordinance 20201-4. In this, it says that we are going to use a $1.95 million bond, which full payout will be $2.87 million over 20 years, if we stay at 4% interest, to acquire a replacement ladder truck, make facility improvements, and related capital improvements. You flip over to page number... where the heck is it? Page number 7, Anchorage Fire Area Bond Project List, Exhibit A. The AFD facility improvements are $500,000, and the fire ladder truck replacement is $1.45 million. Now, where's the capital improvements projects? Those are not listed. So is this really only $1.95 million, or is it actually a little bigger? Are we hiding some things in here? This is definitively not the time to be purchasing any new ladder trucks. We should close down some fire departments in the municipality of Anchorage. There's too many employees with a bloated cost, huge pension plans, out of control spending. There's no more money that is available. So now you have to increase the tax. Every time we give you authority to tax in new ways, you never stop. That's the problem. Even though this is a bond, it just leads into the next thing. It's time to stop the spending now. Who's going to do the work for the facility improvements and the unlisted capital improvements within the breakdown of Exhibit A? Who's going to do it? It's over $500,000, so municipal charter says you got to use union people. The person that was just speaking earlier with the welding mask, my homegirl there, shout out, she's a union gal. The local carpenters union should take over that job. They should be building that. If not, it should definitively be done by Anchorage citizens. But I strongly oppose this. We got to shut down this spending. Close it off. Turn the well off. Stop it now. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That completes our phone testimony. Would anyone like to testify on this in person? Welcome.
Good one, Felix. Hey, do I sound as loud as the last speaker? You know, I had to get a noise permit.
We can hear you well, Mr. Leva. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, no, I was talking about the previous speaker. Amazes me, the decibel level. Anyway, on this fire department, I oppose this because there's not fair taxation. When 26% of the real estate in Anchorage is held by nonprofits and churches, and as an example, maybe Anchorage Baptist Church, $88 million in assets, $22 million in reserves, and I understand some of the CARES money went to nonprofits and churches. If we're going to fund the fire department, every one of those churches have to get fire insurance, liability insurance. They pay that. but yet they pay nothing for the services that fall on my back. I have to pay the taxes, and even with these bonds, it's amazing. It ends up on the taxpayer, but 88 million, 22 million in reserves, and these guys are crying the blues? Give me a break. That's why I said separate this as a podium and not a pulpit, because they get to testify and you shovel funds to them. And I think that's wrong. And then when you try to audit it for attitude or tone, you take away a chairmanship of someone who's smelling the dead fish. And she's smelling out inadequacies, injustices, and possibly fraud and criminal, actually, misuse of funds. You already been caught with your hand in a cookie jar. So on any bonds, this is not the appropriate time. Look to the state. I asked Harriet Drummond, I said, hey, we're in a pandemic. People are losing their jobs. They get a little feeling, taste of what I went through. But then I said, well, what about the permanent fund? Oh, no, that's a reserve fund. We can't touch that. I'm going, wait a second. We have a pandemic. We're in an economic crisis. And the rest of the United States is going to look and say, you got $70 billion? We don't need to give you any money. You got a savings account. Let's do something with it. If ever we were in a crisis for the future, it's now. But don't tax me. Tax everyone fairly. With that, I want to tell you in the last 13 seconds, every time I come in here, I apologize on behalf of my wife for saying it's falling on deaf ears. The most brilliant man in this room is over there, Mr. Gates. And the reason it is because he reads lips and he's faster than Watson the computer with answers.
Thank
and
you
should
for your
go to him
testimony.
more often. And hey,
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Your time
do you
is
have
up.
any questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you.
You didn't make up your minds already, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Welcome.
How do I follow that? Good evening, William Topol here again. My assembly members are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. Normally I would be in favor of something like this, but considering the circumstances the city is in, the state is in, I would have to urge a no vote. Is a fire truck really in such disrepair that it needs to be replaced? Maybe it could wait 1 year, maybe, just maybe. And just like in the previous bond that we voted on, that you voted on here, this may not seem like a big amount, 44 cents per $100,000 valuation. But as what I suspect will happen tonight, you will be voting yes to put all these on the ballot. That all adds up when the day is done. And then us property owners will be paying a heck of a lot more. A heck of a lot more. And some of us can barely afford to get by right now. Okay? So I urge a no vote on this, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Dustin Sherman, and I also oppose 2021-4. Many of the same reasons that Mr. Topol did. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this ordinance. I fully support our fire people. I've had the pleasure of being in and out of the fire stations. I've had the not so great pleasure of of needing their services. I have a great deal of respect for them. They all work exceedingly hard, perhaps the hardest of some of our municipal employees. I have a great deal of respect for their dedication and their needs. They deserve good equipment. However, in any other year, I'd be voting yes on this. We can't afford this right now. No matter that we need it, we can't afford it. We cannot afford higher taxes. We cannot afford to hurt our property owners any further. We cannot afford to hurt the taxpayers of Anchorage any further. Mr. Aleva wondered whether or not you'd already made up your minds. I think we all know you've made your minds up. You know, this coming to this podium is a little pointless. I think I would drop dead of shock if any of you actually changed your minds and voted the way we've been asking you to vote. We can't afford this. All of these bonds going forward, a few pennies here, a few pennies there. It doesn't sound like much when you're talking about a house being worth $100,000, when you're talking about it as a valuation against $100,000. There are very few properties in Anchorage that are valued at $100,000 that are paying property taxes. Our house went up 7% this year. 7%. That's a huge number, despite the information that was given earlier today that the average was 1%. The 7% increase was for my entire neighborhood. Virtually everybody in my neighborhood went up 7%. None of those houses are worth $100,000. None of them are mansions. They're normal, everyday, working people homes. We can't afford these bonds. We can't afford this nickel and diming us to death. We need to get our people working. We need to restore our economy. We need to stop spending so damn much money on everything. We need to cut back all of our departments. We need to cut back across the board on our budget. We need to rein our spending in. Our federal government is about to unleash a tidal wave of tax increases to fund all of their programs. You are looking at burden upon burden upon burden heaped on the taxpayers of not just this town but this country. We can't afford it. I implore you, make me drop dead of shock out here. It'll be amusing. Everybody will have a good time. The paramedics will come. Don't pass all of these bonds. Stop. Please stop.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Again, my name is Russ Reno, and I'm representing myself here tonight. I just don't get it. I'm losing so much faith in this assembly. Maybe I just don't understand it. I'll give you that. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that you guys get paid to do on a long, spend hours on this stuff. But I keep seeing the same thing over and over again. Important things that actually mean something to us get decided in your backdoor meetings that I know we're invited to, but some of us have to work and can't get to those work sessions and things like that. And then we sit here and listen to the amendment to the amendment to the amendment and just have you send things to the voters and try to change all this budget items. The way I'm looking at it here is, am I wrong? Somebody tell me if I'm wrong here. Are you not asking for $2 more million towards this project here? And the only reason I'm picking on this project right now because you just approved $4 million to go to vote for Parks and Recreation. When do we start listening to the people and doing what's needed out there? When do we stop trying to control our portion of this city and for a special agenda? And this is what I'm starting to think. I really am starting to listen to some of this rhetoric, and I'm starting to believe it because I don't see any of you guys listening to us. I supposedly have a representative downtown that never talks, never says anything. We've gone to him multiple times with capital improvement projects he's promised. He told us we're going to get him. He says, I'm going to work so hard to do this stuff. And then we see it get changed every single year when you reevaluate the budget. And it's not right. If you're going to sneak this stuff in on the 11th hour and get it through and get things going like this, at least take into consideration what people are saying and try to educate us on why we've made a mistake or are misunderstanding you. Because it looks to me that you're just ignoring us. You're ignoring every word anybody has to say out here. And we know, I too agree with the people that just spoke, we know you're going to pass it anyway. We know you're going to do it. So why are we even wasting our breath here? I think it's a waste of my time to come down here. And I think this is why people won't get involved with coming down here and talking to the assembly, because they think it's a big waste of time. They think it's all some rhetoric or people just playing so they can yell and scream at you guys. But it's not that at all. We're trying to actually get our point, our voices heard. And you're ignoring our voices. And we're tired of it. Universally, we don't have the same political agenda. There's people in here that are Democrat, Republican, Independent, what have you. It's not that at all. It's the fact that you're ignoring everybody. You're not listening to anyone, and you're deciding all this stuff on your own and not even taking into consideration the impact you're having on the people of Anchorage. And it's wrong.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Rachel Colvard, and I am going to drop one more elbow on this thing on the no column, simply so that it's on the record. It breaks my heart to do that because everybody loves firefighters, right? Like, they're the one group of people, maybe EMTs, that like you can like, they're on your side. They're definitely on your side. But we don't, the state of the economy this year and moving forward is going to be rough. Give it a year, give it 2 years. I'm sure that the mechanical items can be addressed if that's the issue. I drive a 1990 Suburban. That thing's old, and you're gonna have to shoot it to kill it. Thank God. The equipment that we have can make it at least a year or two more before we put this out there. And for those of you in Anchorage that don't know, even if you rent, you pay taxes. That landowner is not paying those taxes out of the goodness of their heart. That's a cost of doing business, and they are passing it on to you. So if you're a renter, you're paying property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 40 years, 43. I'm tired of even counting the number of years. 20 of those years, Anchorage resident. In those years, the first mayor of Anchorage, Mayor Sullivan, I was here. The community was more connected, more respectful, and we were listening to each other. Now we are in a crisis, and when I say we, the community here, the state, the nation, and the world. And you can take the words I said in the previous item. They are extremely relevant to this item. And I'm pleased to see that 2 assembly members on the other item voted no. Member Allard and Kennedy. Thank you. But we can't have more of the same in the way we handle the state, you, everybody on the budget. This is going to go to the voters more likely because of the way the Assembly is working right now, if they're going to pass it and send it to the voters. But that's going to be more like in an election where how many people are not going to have a home? Not going to be able to pay the rent to stay in an apartment or elsewhere in the state. What are the numbers of people that have left? How many people have gone homeless because of the state of the economy? And when you make a financial decision, and you are making a financial decision tonight, particularly on the bonds, is you're telling the public, the vote's going, is that yes, we're going to let you vote on this. But in all reality, who in that election in April, the pattern is few people vote. The time when there was a sizable number of people voting was because of the presidential election. But the elections in the Valley were shown just like in October. Few people voted, and it's those few that are going to have to vote on the issues, and then when they vote to say yay or nay, the rest of the community, the rest of the state has to pay the price one way or the other. So I leave you to this, is you need to do the responsible thing. You need to say no. And you need to examine the thing is what is so important on these projects before the community. What is so important that you have to do it now? And the only night, and if you don't do it tonight, you can't put it on the ballot. Isn't that what we call shameful? Not connecting with the people? But in fairness to you, I have the same problem over to your next door neighbor in the Valley. They follow pretty much the same thing. They have their agenda, and they forget about connecting with the people. So again, please don't pass this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, we do
Your mic is bad.
Hello? Okay. We just want to, I just wanted to say we do connect with folks. For the last month, we've been at community council. We bring up the bonds, we highlight them, the fact that they're there. So, and we do get feedback well before just tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I mean, these are fair questions. Why don't we listen to you? You're telling us don't do it, and we're doing it. Do we listen to you? It's a very fair question. The public process is a very long and winding road. And by the time things get on these bonds, they've started many years before. Every community council is asked in the spring, what are your area's priorities? Roads, parks, trails, all these things. There are a variety of area plans that have certain things that the community wants shown in these plans. Those plans take years to develop. They have implementation plans. It's a checklist of things that people have said they wanted. We have things like this fire truck and other things like that are in our capital improvement budget that we go through every year, and it had public hearings in October and November when we did the budget. This level with the 3 minutes is typically the last, on any issue, the last step of a long public process. It's not the only step at all. You're here at the very end, typically. But with these bonds, there's another step that is really the most crucial one. After all these hundreds and thousands of people cumulatively in these various processes have said, we want these things, they get winnowed down, and a few of them make it to the bonds each year. And we say, now you get to vote. And that ultimately is the deciding time. And I think this year we are economically troubled, and I think these bonds will be challenged. But your voices are important, but your voices are hundreds and hundreds of people in this process have commented on these prior, and that's where we get these lists of things. So, we don't ignore them, people testifying. But it's you're just part of a huge number of people.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Ms. Kennedy. Okay, never mind. All right, seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. On advice of the clerk, I'm going to make a motion to reconsider item 2020-116S and every subsequent item we've just made and urge a no vote so that these items can be completed and concluded tonight before they have to go on the bond.
Second.
Or the ballot. So I urge a no vote.
Yeah.
That's item 11C.
Yeah, so, all right, so we'll go ahead and take these motions up one at a time. So this current motion to reconsider is on item 11C, and there was a second by Ms. Solotel. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to that motion? Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider?
Can just urge a no vote, please. 11C. We're going to do 11C, 14B, and then 14C.
We'll go through each one. Okay, seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on reconsideration.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
That motion fails 9-1. So next we have AR 2021-17S. Is there a motion?
Are Are you sure that's the next
actually,
one? I'm sorry,
that's,
Mr.
that's
Chair.
not a bond one. So we
Yeah,
don't need
it's
to do that one.
14B,
Okay,
Mr.
sure.
Chair. I would
Thank
move to reconsider item 14B 2021-3.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Constant Zalatel, is there any discussion on that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote, please.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
That motion fails 9-1. Next, we have AO 2021-4. Is there a motion?
Yes, I would move to reconsider.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
To urge a no vote, please.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia? Mr. Presberdia?
Oh, sorry, no.
Thank you.
That motion fails 9-1. Next, we have item 14D, ordinance number AO 2021-5, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,300,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide public safety and transit improvements and related capital improvements. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Williams.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14D, ordinance number AO 2021-5. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Niall Williams here, 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. I strongly oppose the ordinance 2021-5. States that we're going to take out a $5.3 million bond this time. Total payback value is approximately $7.8 million. It's paying a hefty amount in tax here. It also states the net increase to each individual's property taxes, whether you're a renter or an owner, it still affects you. So if there is in fact 26%, as Mr. Oliva said, of the properties that are not taxed here in the municipality, then if you actually true out this math of $1.14 increase per 100,000, and you multiply it by the total real property value of all Anchorage property that's taxable within the municipality, does it even out with the total amount of the bond payback of approximately $7.8 million? Or is there extra in there? What is the total amount of value of taxable property within the municipality of Anchorage? Through the chair, that's a question to the administration. Through the chair to Alexander Slivka. What is the total amount of Anchorage homes, properties that are taxed? What's the total value? Next, we'll go over what we're actually improving here. I would like to make a motion that we sell Girdwood. Girdwood's a waste of money, a waste of time, and too far outside the municipality of Anchorage. Instead of building a fire department down there, we should sell Girdwood so we can pay for all this other kabuki theater garbage, communist crap that you're doing. It's time to stop spending money. Spending $600,000 on a damn ambulance. You're out of control. Transit facilities, centers, and bus stops improvement. Almost $800,000. Absolutely out of control. Bus stop improvement. Your buses are too expensive. You're paying too much tax dollars for the buses already. And you gotta wear a face diaper on your face when you get on the bus. And then the bus driver has a plexiglass partition so you can't even breathe on them when you're putting your filthy ass money
Sir, if you can please stay on topic and not use inappropriate language, that'll be your last warning. Thank you.
Yeah, it's time to make sure we have gender-specific bathrooms in all of the municipality buildings, all the transit facilities and centers, and in the Girdwood Fire Department. You use the bathroom of the genitalia of your birth. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, that completes our phone testimony. We'll move to in-person. Welcome.
Thank you, Dustin Sherman. Dustin Sherman. I also oppose 2021-5. One thing that I would actually, maybe my two assembly reps can answer for me later on, but I'd like to see an average of what we've spent for the same things over the last 5 years and see how that goes into this. And the reason I ask that is because, as far as I know, Anchorage has had a population decline for like the last 4 years. So if that's the case, why are we still spending that kind of money with the population going down? So just food for thought. So Mr. Weddleton, Ms. LaFrance, if you guys could send me that information, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Weston. I'm the fire chief in Girdwood, and my Girdwood rescue truck is on here. It was important for me to, can you hear me? Sorry. Used to yelling at firefighters. So it was important to me as a fiscal conservative to come down and tell everybody here, especially here, why I would put a rescue truck or request a rescue truck for a bond. Girdwood Fire is primarily volunteer. Everybody gets paid $11 an hour. They don't get paid when they're on call. And then they go out and they do vehicle extrication for patients in high velocity car accidents on the highway in a highway safety corridor. Basically, oftentimes in 60 to 80 mile an hour winds with rain, weather, bad weather. And then we put the patients in the ambulances and we transport them for 60 to 90 minutes into town to the hospital. So we don't get retirement. People are there because they want to serve other people, and that's their main focus. And so with this rescue truck, 20 years ago when I was on the department, we got, Senator Stevens got us a grant to buy our rescue truck. And that rescue truck should have been taken out of service and put in reserve at 15 years. But no, because again, we're fiscally conservative, we kept it going for 20 years. However, as anything, any vehicle you have, when it gets 20 years old, it starts to fall apart. So recently, it was out for 6 weeks. The manufacturer said, "Why are you still using that truck? We don't even make the parts anymore." And so we managed to make do with smaller trucks. But the problem is, again, we are 32 miles away from the next fire department. And so when we're out there in the middle of the highway working, we need big lights to help us. I issued everybody headlamps during this time. We tried trying to see people, but we're trying to do vehicle extrication without big lights to help us light up the scene. Sometimes vehicle extrication takes 20 minutes. Sometimes it takes an hour. If you have like a Ford Taurus stuck under a semi-truck. Recently, we had a car accident, a day where we had 2 car accidents going on at the same time, about 4 miles apart, one fatality, one not, in 70 mile an hour winds. Ambulance doors were ripping off the ambulances as we were trying to get people in to take them into town. And so that's why we're asking for the rescue truck. I'd love to say it's going to last a few more years, but even when we put in for a rescue truck, it takes a year to manufacture. So if I don't get it now, I'm going to have to ask for it again next year, and then we're going to basically not have a rescue truck. So that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. There's actually several questions for you, ma'am. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for your service, and I appreciate that you're a fiscal conservative. So I don't know if you know or not, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Chugach Eagle River has the Chugach Volunteer Fire Department.
Yes.
And they fund all their stuff on their own. They have 4 employees. I think they get a little bit of grants and a little assistant. I would hope that maybe in the future you guys can reach out and see how Chugach Eagle River is able to continue on the volunteers?
I work with Chief Benningfield. Chief Benningfield and they're our sister department, basically. So I work with Chief Benningfield all the time. This rescue truck services an area outside of our fire service area. So 96% of the calls that this goes on is outside of our fire service area. So our fire service area can't really pay for it because that would be against the taxation rules. So that's
I wanted to
different than
finish.
CDAC.
Okay, thank you. That I do support the fire truck. The problem is I can't support the entire bond. I just wanted to let you know that.
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you, though.
But I wanted to tell the story because I think it's
Absolutely.
important that people understand why we're asking for this, especially in a year that it's hard to ask for things.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And for my part, I've witnessed a head-on accident on the highway close to Girdwood. I've also seen people broken at the bottom of Alyeska, and I know the value that your service brings to the community, so I strongly support this. And there was an interesting testimony that we should sell Girdwood, and I'll just let you know, we recognize Girdwood is not ours to sell. Girdwood is Girdwood, and we love it for what it is. Thank you for your service very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over here. Thank you, Chief Weston, for being here. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak. And I was going to just ask you about the department's responses on the Seward Highway, which you addressed, and just to say that I think that is such a tremendous service, not just to our community, but to anybody who travels that road. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, Sarah Boyer again. I wanted to speak a little bit towards the process and, of course, thank her for coming because that obviously means a lot to that community, and I think fire trucks are important, so not against that at all. But I also think it's kind of sad that you have to have somebody come to an assembly meeting to try and encourage you guys to be able to purchase that when in the same breath you're wanting to update trails. So, and a little bit towards the process of it being a years long that Mr. Weddleton said. I understand that it is years long and I'm newer to this, okay? But from my perspective, I'm looking at it and saying, okay, we've been talking about this for years, which is fine, 100%. But right now, do we need to do trails? Right now, do we need to do these things that cannot, be pushed another year? And in some instances it can 100%, but I really don't trust that you guys are thinking of it that way. I think it's more of we need to do it, so we're going to do it. And another thing too with the public testimony and getting involved, in community council meetings, I've heard that before, and I agree. I'm, again, new to this and getting involved. But you guys have to understand perception is reality. So when we feel like you're not listening to us, it's because we feel like you're not listening to us. As soon as 7 people come up here and say, hey, we don't want you to do this, the very first thing somebody says is move to approve within a millisecond. And it's just kind of sucky. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My ears are getting exercise tonight. Good evening, William Topol. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. Regarding ordinance 2021-5, I'm going to give you a little surprise here. I'm actually in favor of each of these line items as being part of our budget, phased in over maybe 5 years. Pay for the ambulance and the fire truck outright. Don't bond for it. Pay for these things, phase them in over 5 years. I believe they're all important. Let me tell you something also. I was here back in the 70s. I testified to get this people mover system going. That's when Yellow Cab first operated it. I've seen it evolve from Mercedes-Benz buses to the big buses we have now. But with all these COVID restrictions we have on the buses, you can't fill them up now. You get these big buses you cannot fill up. They're not operating efficiently. You might need to go back to smaller buses for a while as long as you keep these COVID restrictions in place. So is that a part of your transit improvements or not? I'm not exactly sure. Food for thought, though. Like I said, I'm against this going to the voters as a bond package. It's going to increase my property tax again. But I like each item individually. If you could phase these in over maybe 5 years and put a priority on that Girdwood vehicle and buy that first. Okay, everything else here individually I'm in favor of, but not as a bond package. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for a long time. And I'd like to say a couple of things. Number one, whatever I said on the other items, ditto to this one. And concerned at the idea that you say you had all this process out there before you got to this stage. But in reality is that this item did not go before the public until 2 weeks ago as far as introduction. That's reality. And if you don't vote on this tonight, the only chance for the public to speak to you, you can't put it on the ballot, can you? No. Is that really fair? Is that the process that you're just telling the public that is fair and long and they engaged? They know better. Now, I'd like to say a couple of things. Yes, there are certain items probably on there that are very, why wasn't it done before? They're very important. It also puts in the question is why weren't they done before? Why did it get to the level that you waited until tonight to put it on for public hearing and put it on a ballot if you decided to do it? Why did you wait that late? And if it was so important, why didn't you take it out of the funds that you have once a year, that you pass once a year, the budget? Why didn't you work that way? Why did it come to this last minute for the people and say, this is so important? The public, it's important to them is they're wondering how they're going to survive. They're wondering about the unknown. And to government officials out there, whether here in Anchorage, around the state, or around the world, they're wondering what the future is, because the unknown is still with us. And with that unknown, how can you make physical decisions with not knowing what the future is? What revenue really is going to come in? How many people are going to be paying their property taxes? How many people are going to be moving? Well, right now, I guess not too many people are moving because it's a problem wherever they go. And that's why people are more stable right now. But unstable economy in one area and stable in another area is not going to keep people in that one community that's unstable. So I like to say this too, that you need to re-examine with what you're doing, and I remind you to this. Tonight you're going to be addressing issues dealing with salaries. And as I said to you, we're talking millions of dollars that you've been approving monies for dealing with public government officials. And the reality is, this is not the time to tell the public we're going to increase salaries and benefits, and you're having a problem here, and you have to go to the bonds to the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to this bond. I am not opposed to many of these individual line items, but I am opposed to the use of bonds to pay.
Your mic turned off. Yellow button. There we go.
I'm at that awkward age where the glasses are wrong no matter what, even with the bifocals. I'm opposed to this. I've been into the Girdwood facility. They need help. They are very careful with their money. They are extraordinarily dedicated. They handle situations that are absolutely fierce. And they certainly do need to have the best equipment they can have for their particular environment. But I want to see us find other ways than bonds to pay for this. This year, this past year, horrific economically, and we're headed for worse times, okay? The Great Depression that our grandparents lived through, they ain't seen nothing yet. We're going to be heading for even worse, whether you're a renter or a homeowner. We've lost so many jobs. We've lost so many small businesses. We cannot afford this. Just because something has been years in the planning, just because you have put in thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours working on a particular item, doesn't mean that it's inappropriate to say no at the end if at that moment of decision it doesn't fit with what you have available. I hear what you say about the public process has been going on for months and we're late to the game and it's too late to change things now. Nonsense. It's never too late to change your course. It isn't. In regards to the community councils and input via the community councils, my Midtown Community Council has not met for months. They have canceled meeting after meeting after meeting, and they don't Zoom. Plus, they hold their meetings at noon on Wednesdays when most responsible adults are at work. So, I have no voice here. I have no voice in my community council. And despite your reassurances that you read and listen and are coming to this with open mind, pardon my French, bullshit. Your minds are made up, okay? It's very silly to claim otherwise. I have never seen you change your mind at this dais, and I've been watching you for a long time, okay? So, but whatever. Please get more creative. Please find different ways than bonds. Please don't further indebt us. Please don't put my daughter in debt to pay for these things when our economy is in a free fall. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Rachel Colvard, and once again, I'll be dropping an elbow on the no column for this one. I want to thank the chief for coming and speaking to us. I had no idea, truly. And you bear the brunt of all the high energy impacts that happen. And they are usually more horrific than what we generally deal with when those things occur here in Anchorage. Aside from the highways, our impacts are usually, because of the speed limits, are usually lower. So I can totally understand and respect that you have been judicious with your equipment, and I appreciate that truly. But we are in an economy where, please give us one more year. As Assemblywoman Allard indicated, that maybe we could find more grant applications. I heard ExxonMobil just pulled out of the Iditarod. Maybe we could hit up other corporate sponsors for those items that truly are needed. I get that it is a real need. But we have to be more creative than bond after bond after bond. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just briefly.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Somebody spoke to why the last minute. And so every year we adopt a CIB, capital improvement budget, and a capital improvement plan. The capital improvement budget looks out over 5 to 7 years of projects. Mostly these projects come off of that plan. And in the course of this year, what happens is they're moved from the CIB to the CIP. And that happens at a vote every year. From the CIP, the budget is drafted and adopted in November. These projects come from that document into the budget, and then by January, they come to us at the ballot. And so building on what my fellow assembly members suggested is these processes and projects are multi-year, not just at community councils, but in documents that are printed and published and voted on and heard by the public every single year. So what might seem like last minute not only has been heard and communicated from members of the public for years, but has had a multitude of votes that led us to this vote. So nothing is happening from a void, or rarely. Sometimes there's a last minute move to add a project here or there, but those are very rare. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Others have already spoke to the process. I'll just add that this is the mechanism by which we pay for what we need in our community. And in this case, it is the Rescue 41 engine in Girdwood, it's ambulances, it's school zone safety upgrades. And from where I am, if a solid case has been made to send it to the voters, then I think it's fair to put it on the ballot and let the voters decide. So appreciate that others have already spoke to the process and appreciate the feedback from the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
One point someone had spoken in frustration, that they said the testimony is no, 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 and then our motion is move to approve, and it feels offended by it. Motions are always in the affirmative. So even if I was opposing something, I would move to approve, and then you vote against it. So it's just the way it's done. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes. Yes.
That item is approved 9-1.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead, Mr. Constable.
I would make a motion to reconsider this item and urge a no vote, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, we're going to do it for each one.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
That motion fails 10-0. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we get to 14E.
Can we fix the mics?
All right, so next we have item 14E, ordinance number AO 2021-6, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $8,055,000 of general obligation bonds with the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide facilities capital improvement projects.
Waive reading.
Thank you. All right, public testimony is now opened on this item. We're going to start with the phone list and then go back and forth. So first, we're going to start with Mr. Gordon Glazer.
Gordon Laser here.
Hi, Mr. Glazer. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14E, AO 2021-6. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Welcome. I just barely can hear you. How are you hearing me?
We can hear you fine on our end.
Oh, okay. Are you ready for me to speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Dear Chairman Fairlix and Assembly representatives and representative from the Mayor's office, we were advised less than a week ago that we'd be included in the $8.1+ million bond proposal in April 2021 ballot. We were surprised. The Anchorage Senior Center Board of Directors joins the 2 other boards representing the Chujak Eagle River Senior Center and the Anchorage Library Foundation to support the S version to separate into 2 different bond packages rather than lumping into an $8.1+ million bond proposition. We worry that we might be setting ourselves up for failure. The 3 organizations have worked together in the past few years. We used our own non-government funds to generate multimedia campaigns and to gain support from the voters. This is a tough year to convince the public to vote for increased taxes for economic climate. We believe the $1.15 million bond that we can organize and support for has a fighting chance. We fear the other $8+ million bond does not. The opponents of this version warn that if we do not combine these programs, the voters will pick and choose which ones they want to pay for. They may be right. You as an assembly have to choose. So do the voters have more knowledge what they want to pay for, or do some yet unidentified wise men who put the bond together have the prime thought process? This is the logic of a cable company that bundles their products so that if you want Walt Disney, you must pay for the Croquette and Crumpets channel. This cynical manipulation of all or nothing does not lead to public support, but resentment. We learn from experience, both from our successes and sometimes even more from our failures.
We have item 14E. Please continue.
Okay,
So
I just got back on the tape.
It sounds like you might be hearing someone else. So if you're not speaking, please make sure that you are on mute if there's anyone else on the line. Please continue, Mr. Glazer.
Okay. We learn much from our experiences, both from our success and sometimes even more from our failures. You and I hope that the MOA can learn from the process that the need to contact the nonprofit agencies early before these bonds are set in concrete. With this input, they can develop bonds that will generate overwhelming support. That if they can communicate with the agencies and the assembly, that communication needs to be more than lip service. We respectfully request that you approve this ordinance to separate out the bonds this evening and give the 3 organizations a successful outcome in the April election. We both hope that you and I will not meet again next year as we try to bond for 2 senior centers in the library. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Next, we have Gail Opolinsky.
Hello, this is Gail Opolinsky.
Hi, Ms. Opolinsky. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14E, AO 2021-6. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm calling about the $8,056,000 bond that you're proposing. My name is Gail Opolinsky. I'm a member of the OPAG, that's the Older Persons Action Group Board, and I'm the vice president of the local AARP Sourdough chapter. I'm testifying in support of separating from the $8 million plus bond the funds to complete projects that voters supported last spring for the Anchorage Senior Activity Center, the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center, and the Anchorage Library. This will become a separate bond of $1,150,000. We feel this step will greatly increase the chances that these important projects will continue to be supported by the voters. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have James Bailey.
Your call has been forwarded to an...
Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and switch to in-person. Welcome.
Sarah Boyer again. Thank you, John, for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Makes me feel a little bit better. Okay, so really quick, listening to people on the phone was actually really nice. I didn't realize there was a proposal to split them. I don't know exactly what I was trying to read to see exactly what was going to go in to repair the Lusac Library or, upgrade it or whatever. But I hadn't been inside the Lusac Library since I was like 10 years old until I started coming to assembly meetings. And I remember being like, whoa, this is bougie. I mean, that whole situation out there is bomb. Also, y'all have Dyson hand dryers in the bathroom? Dyson hand dryers? Was that necessary? So anyways, listening to the people, I think it is a good idea to separate them out. And the whole thing about, having people choose one or the other, that's kind of the point, right? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, William Topol. My assembly members are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Peterson. I like the idea of separating out this bond into three sections if you can. I'm just not in favor of the aggregate amount, especially when most of the library is closed to the public, with the exception of assembly meetings and Wilder Marston Theater. It doesn't make any sense to me. Once again, $8 million. Our property taxes go up again. The banksters get richer. People like me get poorer. People like you can afford to pay for this. My tax bill goes up and up and up. I wonder what it'll be by the time I leave here tonight. Thank you. No.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this ordinance. I'm opposed to all of these bonds tonight. I've spent a lot of hours in Lusac Library, many hours. I watched the renovations happen. I watched the changes take place. I've watched the library over the last 8-10 years spend money like water. The iPads that they have in they purchased some robot machines that can dispense iPads, and I believe they got something like 2 of the robot machines and 50 iPads and dropped $100,000 on it. I've watched the library do a lot of things like that in the last 8 years. I know the Alaska Room has suffered some damages. I know the librarians worked valiantly to save the collection. I know this building has seen a lot of heavy use over the years. But I'll echo Sarah, bougie, 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 bougie. I know the senior center needs some help in Anchorage and in Chugiak. I've been in those buildings. I know they need a little help. Solar panel energy savings improvements. Oh my gosh, do you live on the same planet that I do? I mean, do you guys like pay bills and stuff? I mean, do you budget for your own personal homes? Do you save for the future? Do you live within your means? The city is not living within their means. We need to find different ways of paying for this. Okay, we cannot continue to bond everything. We cannot continue to raise our taxes. We cannot wrap capital improvements. We cannot afford to continue to do things like put in the operations and maintenance costs into the bonds. And excuse me, I'm not being very articulate because I'm just so frustrated. We can't afford this, guys. We can't. I've wasted nearly 3 of your minutes. I haven't changed your minds. You're not going to change your minds, but we can't afford this. We can't afford to continue spending as though there is no end to the money, because there is an end. A zillion people have lost their jobs, okay? Many people have lost their jobs. We have renters that can't afford to pay their rent, which means the landlords are hurting. The taxpayers are hurting. We cannot afford this. No more bonds. No more bougie libraries. Let's go back to books. We don't need iPads, really. Seriously, come on. We don't need all these things.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch back to the phones. But if 3 folks want to line up, that'd be great. So we're going to go ahead and go to Eileen Lally.
Hello?
Hi, Miss Lally. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14E AO 2021-6. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. So is my 3 minutes start now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. So my name's Eileen Lally, as you know, and I'm the secretary for the board of OPEC, the Older Persons Action Group, and that's the group that publishes the Senior Voice. And currently the issue is there's a proposed April bond package with a lot of diverse things for $8.1 million for the total bond package. And I understand the Assembly has the choice to accept the whole package or divide it into 2. And our board and other senior groups, I believe, that you've probably been hearing from, asked for a consideration of dividing the package into 2. And the one package would be this Anchorage Senior Activity Center, that's $350,000. Chugach Eagle River Center, $300,000. And $1 million. The library evidently has gotten a challenge grant that would be for $400,000. But it has to be passed, the bond has to pass this year. So that's a $1,150,000. And our belief is that this
Did we lose her? Okay. Let's go ahead and call her back. She had about 1:40 left on her time.
Hi, is this the Assembly?
Hi, yes. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened, but you have about 1:41 left on your time. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. So the last part was essentially the reason for this is that the smaller bond packages often have a better chance of passing by the voters rather than one large package that has many not necessarily related items on it. Not that any of those are bad. It's just we were looking at and hoping possibly have things more attuned for seniors on one particular bond issue. And that's all I have to say. Do you have any questions? Or?
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. Thank you for listening. Bye now.
Goodbye. All right. Next on our phone list, we have Philip Markward.
Remember, you must not.
This is Phil.
Hi, Mr. Mark Ward. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14E AO 2021-6. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm the executive director at the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center. I want to thank you all for your time and your hard work. Last year, the Lusac Library, the Anchorage Senior Activity Center, and the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center worked together and we were able to get a bond proposal that was passed, and we're in the process of getting some really much needed upgrades. And so this year, as we were looking at the bond that was set up for us, it includes items like restrooms, solar panels, pool filtration, and over $8 million. And what we would like to do is see, as several others have already said, is to have the Anchorage Senior Activity Center, the Lusac Library, and the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center broken out from that, which would be just over $1 million. And we believe that by being separate, it would give voters more choices in approving or disapproving more specific options versus an up or down vote on one proposal that included, a number of varied projects. And given the current political and COVID climate, we're not very optimistic that this one large bond would pass. And we believe there'd be a better chance of it passing if they were divided into smaller bonds rather than being lumped together. And so as we're been very grateful for the bond that we were able to get last year, because it's an older facility, we have lots of minor and major upgrades, and we're glad to be on the proposal this year, and we think the best chance of getting it passed is to have it broken out. So we would ask that you would consider going with the S version, I believe, that has the improvements for the Lusac Library, the Anchorage Activity Senior Center, and the Chugiak Senior Center in a separate group. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on our phone list, before we go back to in-person, we have Mr. Williams.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14E AO 2021-6. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Niall Williams, represent 1776 Alaska, Freedom and Liberty Worldwide. In response to 2021-6, I strongly oppose this. I agree with the previous testifiers with regards to, at the very least, splitting this out into its 10 different components, which are not an $8 million bond. It's actually a $12.65 million payback. And again, through the chair, through the administration, through Alex Slivka, the CFO, what is the total value of Anchorage real property that is taxable, that is going to increase its tax rate at a total dollar value of $1.84 per 100,000 of assessed value? What's the total value? Is it up in the trillions? And does it actually true out with the total amount of this payback of the bonds? Next, I would like to discuss the Lusac Library. The Lusac Library has been closed to the public since March of 2020. They deserve absolutely no more money. Close it down. If we can't get in there to do legal research or study books or sit in there to have a coffee or to be able to have a meeting with friends, they don't deserve one more dollar. The Alaska Room has been used in the past for men dressed in dresses reading stories to little children. That's unacceptable. Next, I would like to speak to the pool filtration system, $500,000. If you stop dumping poisons in the municipal water supply, like hexavalent chromium, lead, and fluoride, you wouldn't need to filter out any water in these pools. Next, I would like to speak to the final line item, $2 million for solar panels. We don't need to be spending money on another Solinger scam here. Why don't we open up a nuclear power plant in the municipality of Anchorage? It's the cleanest form of energy on planet Earth. In the entire time of our history of our nation, the United States of America, we've never had one nuclear power plant meltdown.
If you can go ahead and stay on topic, sir, please. Thank you.
I oppose this strongly. You need to stop taxing us. If you tax us to the nth degree, you're going to make the citizens of Anchorage flee, and you're going to cause an outright revolt against you. That's all.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to in-person testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rachel Colvard. I'm dropping another elbow in the no column on this one, and when I see it on my ballot in April, I'm going to vote against all bond packages. I can respect the time and energy that y'all put into meeting with the community councils and stakeholders and all the groundwork that you do. I can. But when I knew I was going to be losing my job at the beginning of November, I saved up some money. I paid 4 months rent ahead of time. I stacked up supplies. I canceled Amazon. I canceled Costco. I canceled all Netflix. I canceled all my subscription services. I made changes because I knew I needed to. No.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for several decades. What I'd like to say here and remind you all, some of you may not have been in Anchorage when it happened. This building that we're in right now is Project 80s, George Sullivan, the first mayor. Remind you how that money was paid for this building. The mayor went to the state, came back with cash. The project paid for Anchorage Museum, where there were plans ahead of time, ready to go. This building, and I remember the Lusac Library itself was downtown. Sullivan Arena, the Performing Arts Center, the first one. Egan Center, all that was paid in cash with Project 80, except for the last project that had a little difficulty in completing because of, and it was the Performing Arts Center. And the famous story about the carpet. That was a controversy in that time. The carpet, how the carpet was the color of the carpet. That's what Anchorage was thinking about. But it was paid with cash. And these buildings were built. And what happened? The building we are in, and which previous speakers said they should shut down Lusac Library. It's ironic because it's coming from people who said open up the assembly chambers. And the assembly chambers is in this building, Lusac Library. And for those who want to close down Lusac Library, please, we need to keep our public meetings open to the public. It's not a time for this building to be shut down. Also, to note to you is the history. Not too long ago, I walk in, and there was exposure of concrete was removed, and you saw the metal. It wasn't bad for you coming in on your side, but concrete was coming down. So when I bring that up, I bring out an issue is that the city was failing to keep upkeep of the properties. And by doing so, it showed. And it still shows. Some of these properties here are reflective of that upkeep, even the notation of the Lusac Library. But comes back to physical responsibility. Why did not this city and other communities around the state be fiscal responsibility by putting in a fund that you know it's going to need upkeep, administration, and you set aside that money over the years to deal with those necessary repairs and not wait for the last minute. Now we're dealing with COVID, and throughout the state and country and the world, we're wondering is how these things are going to be paid and how they're going to have a place to live and a business to work in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify in person? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Deanna Nelson. I live on the northeast side in the district of Misters Peterson and Dunbar. I didn't plan to come here to testify tonight, but I took the trouble to come, so I thought I might as well say something. I just want to lend my support to the people who have already talked eloquently about breaking out this bond into several different bonds. My mother lives in the Chugiak Senior Center. It's important to me that our seniors are supported and not breaking that bond down into manageable pieces that people are willing to vote for, I think sends a unhappy message to the voters and the seniors of our community. I also want to appreciate what Mr. Weddleston said about how the things that are being brought before you have taken years in process. But as many things have happened this year, things that people have planned for years have been canceled. People have lost their jobs. People have committed suicides. I mean, many things have changed over the past year. And even though things have been years in the making, I think it's important to recognize that this past year, has been especially hard. And if there was ever a time to make last-minute changes to things that had been planned for years, like our family has done, we sunk thousands of dollars into something that we paid ahead that we were not able to take advantage of this year. Maybe we can down the road, I don't know. But that money is spent because we put down on it ahead of time. We paid ahead of time. And now the opportunity for doing what we had planned to do is gone. So things change. And I appreciate your being able to take that into account when you're listening to all these testimonies. You have to be able to say, oh, yeah, that's what we planned to do, but things have changed in drastic ways. And we're taking that into account. And hearing you say that will make people feel heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and switch to the phones, and then we'll come back to in-person. So if anyone else would like to testify in person, please get in line. So first we're going to start with Ms. Kimberly Hayes.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Hayes. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14E, AO 2021-6. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kim Hayes. I'm an Anchorage resident. I live here in Sand Lake area. I am calling tonight as the president of the Anchorage Library Foundation, as well as a library patron and a library champion. I'm here tonight to ask you to consider something many people have talked about already tonight. That's amending the $8 million facilities bond. Ideally, we would ask that you either create 2 separate facility bonds, one of which includes the library, senior centers, and up to 1 to 2 other small projects, and another with the remaining projects. Or to potentially reduce the facility bond overall to something under $6 million, which is the size of the largest facilities bond that has passed in recent history. In the 12 years that we at the Anchorage Library Foundation have been actively promoting facilities bonds, we have learned a lot of lessons. We've found success when we have had facilities bonds with a short list of projects, each with its own existing constituencies of supporters. And those constituencies put in money and volunteers to advocate for passage. And we've seen failure when constituency groups don't come together, the bond is too large, or the bond language isn't clear. As an example, last year we had input on the bond language, and our coalition of senior centers, the Library Foundation, and local labor unions spent $50,000 in advocacy to pass the bond, probably the most ever spent on a bond campaign. That is in stark contrast to the year before that, where we were stuck with a bond with poor ballot language. That year it was the only bond that failed. The message I am giving you tonight is one I have been reiterating to the city administration since July, along with other library board representatives. The library's project on the bond, the Alaska Room redesign, is very important to the mission and the function of the library and the Anchorage Library Foundation. We, as many people have already mentioned, we have already secured a very competitive $400,000 NEH challenge grant. The money from this bond helps us get very close to fully funding the project with the additional help of our amazing private funders. The foundation is prepared to put $25,000 in support of this bond to advocate for it, which is not enough to promote an $8 million bond with a long list of projects. Right now, I'm concerned that my board members may vote to pull back advocacy funding if we don't see a viable bond. So we're asking you to consider our request to either reduce the size of the bond or split the bond into several bonds. And I would just want to finish with the fact that I appreciate the ability to testify safely by phone during this pandemic. Thank you all again for your work.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on our phone list, we're going to try Mr. James Bailey again.
Your call has been forwarded.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in person? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve the S version.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm just going to take the motions in the order that I heard them. So there was a motion and a second to approve the main version, and then I heard a motion to approve the S version from Ms. Kennedy. Is there a second for the S version?
Second.
Second.
Okay. All right. So that's the order that we'll take them in. We'll start with the S, and then if that fails, we'll go down to the main version. Okay. Is there any discussion? I think there might be an amendment. Yeah, there is one. Kennedy amendment number 1. Actually, Ms. Kennedy, is this for the main version and not for the S version?
Correct.
Okay, got it. So we won't deal with that unless we need to. Okay, is there any discussion on the S version? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have a question. I'm trying to find the S version. Was it in the
red binder? Red folder.
Yeah, it was in our laid on the table items.
Okay. I have a blue and a yellow. I'll look for it. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, was that emailed out?
Was it emailed out? Yes, it was emailed out. But just in case, we will send it again so it's on the top of your list. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So when the advocates from the library and the senior center contacted me, I initially started work and went through the extensive process to get it through bond counsel and through legal counsel for the initial amendment. And then out of nowhere, I was told, no, you made a mistake. You didn't include the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center, which isn't the case. I was never informed about that. So then the mover of this amendment went back using the basis of the work that I had done and sent it back through bond counsel and Mr. Gates to get these changes made. I'm going to support it, and I regret having started this work because I think it's a mistake. I'm going to support it because the advocates want it, and that's just where we stand with the item before us. But I think that it's a real gamble. I feel like a little Las Vegas right now. And so maybe you'll win, maybe you won't. Maybe this will be the one ballot bond measure that the voters decide doesn't pass. Maybe it'll be the other, but I'm afraid it's this one. So for my part, because the advocates spoke up and they got this version before me and I didn't have to ask council to do it twice because I wasn't going to do that, I will support it with great reservation.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. So is there someone on the administration? I assume this will work because it was prepared by the bond counsel. And I know it's Mr. Bockenstedt there. I mean, as far as legally the bonds, everything's in order here.
Mr. Bockenstedt?
Through the chair, I might ask Mr. Schutte to jump in and answer that question. I think he's spent a little bit more time on this bond than I have.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is correct, Mr. Weddleton. The bond counsel has reviewed and prepared the item that you're looking at.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about some kind of the maybe pros and cons on this one. I think it is important that we separate out the bonds, and I'll talk about that for a minute. But the other thing, just so that you know about what the document actually does, is it also corrects the name of the Chugiak Senior Center. It's actually Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center. So the language clarifies that, corrects that, the name of the actual senior center in Chugiak Eagle River. So just, you can make note of that. But, just to kind of talk a little bit about the probability of bonds passing, I mean, that's exactly what this is all about, is trying to give this bond or these projects more of a fighting chance. If anything, I've heard things about the other portion of the bond that might cause some controversy and give voters a reason to pause and potentially not support it. But I will say that that's one thing that I learned my years on the Anchorage School Board, is that you really never know the real mindset of the voters, but it is usually very heavily connected to the financial health, if you will, of the community. And I will say that there are times when very large bonds that nobody thought had a chance would pass, and very small ones that you thought were relatively easy would pass, and it turned out to be the opposite. So you really never know. But the one thing that I do know is that voters always appreciate a choice. They don't like things that are packaged in a way that forces them to vote the whole package. And even when I look back at the way a lot of the things that have been packaged, that we've already approved to put on the ballot, I would have definitely have packaged them differently. I didn't want to have to go through and do that with a lot of those bonds. But for this one, it was a fairly easy one to split out. And so I'm very willing to do that. The other thing that I thought was important, and something that I'm looking at, is where this money is going. In some of these bonds, the money's going to go to manufacturers and companies in the outside, the lower 48. And one of the things that this does is this puts our construction workers to work. This helps maintain some of the some business, basically, for our local construction companies and our local residents and those construction companies' employees. And I think that was important to be able to give this one a fighting chance as well. These are also some continuation projects for what was started with last year's bonding, and I think it's important to finish this up, particularly for the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center that has, a residential component where we've got seniors living there full time. So anyway, lots of reasons to support splitting it out, lots of reasons to support this bond. But as always, to me, bonds are a part of the public process, and the results are definitely an indicator of the public economic health. So I think there will be a real challenge to get any of these passed, but I think this one stands a better chance and has a good reason to actually be out there for the public to potentially support. So I hope we will all support putting it on the ballot as a split bond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, so, this is going to be a really difficult vote for me. I came into this pretty solidly no on the S version, but after listening to a lot of the testimony, am somewhat split on which of these two versions makes the most sense to approve. And actually, I'm not even split on which makes the most sense. I know absolutely in my gut that the original version is the one that makes the most sense to approve. But I also want to respect and understand the advocacy of the organizations that are getting this funding and want to put together a campaign to advocate for it. And so I think I'm going to be torn probably until we vote, and look forward to discussion from other members who may have something to sway me on one side or the other. Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this might sway you. This affects Eagle River. We've been asked as their representatives to have this happen. We believe that it could pass on its own, and I agree with my fellow assembly member that we are rolling the dice and we are gambling, but this is something that our constituency has asked for, and with respect to voting for this to allow Eagle River to either pass this and the rest of the community on its own, I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd actually like to hear from the administration in terms of why this was packaged in the way it was originally, and what are the risks associated with separating this bond package.
Who from the administration would like to respond?
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur, the director of Office of Management and Budget, and I'll give it a go. So when we presented the proposed package, it included what we felt were really the top priority of a variety of facilities that we were looking at. We didn't develop the bond packages based on who had an advocacy for them and who did not. I mean, our role was to put together a package that represented the priority needs, and that's what we presented to you. There's not a lot of fluff in the proposals that we have. There's a lot of benefits to each one of the projects. Some of them have match. Some of them have a greater immediate need that have no other opportunities. So others are leveraging other funds. Others are going to be saving money on energy and efficiency. And so putting them all together as one package, we felt that was the proper way to present it to the voters. We weren't playing favorites for a particular group or a particular purpose or a department. We were really looking to put together something that we thought that the community would recognize as our top priorities. I think one of the assembly members mentioned earlier, we get a lot of requests to put things on the bond. And some of the toughest things we have to do is get it down to really our essential needs. And we hope that the Assembly would support that and recognize that these are our priority needs and that they should be presented as a package. And I think, if we're on a path to only present bonds or packages that have an advocacy group that might have resources to support their cause, then I think that, that puts us in a predicament when our job is to really, put together those projects that might not have an advocacy group to support them. And so we do feel this is the right way to go, but I do appreciate the comments that have been presented. And to be honest, we face this challenge sort of every year, not being able to include everything that everyone wants, but also trying to put on there something that we think is going to be palatable and acceptable to the voters. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, just one other comment.
Sure.
So yeah, I agree with my colleagues who feel torn by this because, I want to be very, as we've as a body, we've been encouraged to be very transparent, right, and very upfront about what we're doing. And so, putting a package out there that says, here are the priorities that we have, and that many of the priorities of the constituents that I serve in West Anchorage did not get their priorities on these bonds, and so this was a difficult process to identify the things that the folks that developed it felt like were the highest needs. So I think that there's something really transparent and honest about putting that forward. At the same time, I appreciate the strategy in terms of that a larger bond package is less palatable for voters, and that that putting senior center and putting library in a separate group has, I think, in their mind, a greater opportunity to pass. So I share some of my colleagues' concern that I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this, but I do want to continue to encourage us to be really open and honest and transparent about what we're doing. And by going forward and saying, here are the priorities that we have, and these are the things that are not fluff. These are the things that are absolutely needed, especially knowing that we're in a time of great economic distress, and we only want to put forward the things that we feel like are most important. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. One last note to the administration. I received a call tonight from one of the advocates from one of these groups who was explaining to me all the ways that the administration failed and this process is terrible, and if it was private industry, they'd be fired. And I want to say to that person who's probably listening now, that was the most offensive thing I heard today. The people who work hard to put these bond packages together are diligent public servants. They work their tails off. They work harder than the hours that they're allotted. And I'm grateful to the work that has gone into all of these packages that represent years worth of process and work, despite the fact that people at the tail end can't see all of that because they weren't there for it or don't like and agree with it. I say thank you to the administration for all of the hard work that's gone into every one of these packages.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, correct. We're voting on the S version.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel? Oh, Ms. Zolotel, sorry.
That item is approved 10-0.
Mr. Chair, move to extend to midnight.
Second.
Sure, and then after that we'll do reconsideration. Is there any discussion on extending until midnight? Is there any opposition on extending until midnight? Okay, hearing none, then we're extended until midnight. Can I get a motion to reconsider?
So moved.
2021-6S. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the reconsideration? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
All right, that motion fails 9-1. All right. Okay, so just very quickly before we move on, so I just want to paint a picture for the remaining hour or so that we have. So we have items 14F, G, and H, as well as item 12A, which I will not be participating in, but that is an item that must be completed tonight. After we complete those 4 items, we also must make a motion to set a public hearing and for a special meeting on Thursday for item 10G10 so that we can deliberate that and vote on this appropriation for rental and utility assistance funds on Thursday. So that is what we have left to do. I am hopeful that we can do all of those things in the time that we have, but if not, I will be using a part in our municipal code 2.30.055, which allows me to limit testimony or discussion on items so that we can get them done by the time that we have allotted. But I hope that I don't have to use that particular section in code. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 14F, ordinance number AO 2021-8, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $36,425,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of road and storm drainage, capital improvement to the Anchorage roads and drainage service area and related capital improvements. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Williams, and then we'll go to in-person. Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14F, ordinance number AO 2021-8. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Mayor Williams again, represent 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. So this bond is going to be listed on the ballot, right? If you move to the page number 3 of 4 at the beginning of this packet, line items 36 onto the next page, page 4 of 4 to line 20, it lists that the amount is $36,425,000. We need to start putting on the full amount of the payback, which is close to $70 million over the next 20 years. So we're going to be paying out a heck of a lot of interest to our debtors here. Whoever's buying this bond, which will likely be our largest debt holder, which is Communist China. So this is to improve roads all over Anchorage. I would say that any of these areas of roads, I like Dustin Sherman's comment from earlier. Let's have some public works programs for some local people. Let's have these projects be completed in a very efficient way. Avoid high bloated costs. I mean, but we're talking about water here, runoff, water, drainage system. This is going to be an environmental nightmare. So why are we doing this right now? Why are we taking out a $70 million bond or attempting to put it on the ballot? And I look at the front page and I see prepared by K&L Gates LLP. Well, you look this up and it's a headquartered law firm that's intercontinental. It's all over the globe. They have over 100 law firms. They employ 1,800 lawyers. And you look at their website, and now their website is spouting off things about racism and, you know, we need to be anti-racist and anti-homophobe and anti-American and all this other stuff. And, I mean, then I'm left with the thought of, this is definitely not the time to be sympathizing with the communist Chinese.
Okay, so this is going to be...
We need to stop spending money through the chair.
That you need to make sure that you are on topic when you testify. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, we need to stop spending money. Cut it off. Who's going to be buying the bond? You put it on the market to sell, someone buys it. Costs money to even do that. Who buys it is important. Who's paying you the money is who's in charge of you. So your puppeteers, the puppeteers of the K&L Gates LLP, the municipality of Anchorage, are our debt holders.
Thank you.
Who's buying the debt? That's
sir,
who's in charge
for
of
your
you.
Testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch to in-person. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this ordinance. I'm actually affected by one of these directly. It's within 2 blocks of my house. It's a road that is in... The road has been improved a number of times over the last 8 or 10 years. It was extended at one point. We've participated in all of the discussions and whiteboardings and other nonsense. There's been a lot of interactions over the years regarding this. At every interaction, they took our comments. They took the comments of our neighbors. They smiled and nodded. And then they did what they wanted. So, you know, this idea that there's a public process that we peons can participate in is garbage. We spent a lot of hours participating in providing feedback on one of these particular roads and the changes that were being made to it, to no avail. The road is now, the road's in really good shape. I'm appalled that we're spending more money on it. It's wider, it's faster, it is less safe to walk on because we have, quote unquote, improved it so much. Awesome, thanks, you guys are great. I no longer walk my dog. I no longer walk my dog on it. I no longer take my daughter on it. We no longer use that road because it has improved so much that it's no longer safe. I have traveled a lot of these other roads, and I wonder if their residents experience the same frustration we did with participating in the quote-unquote public process. I think it's a bunch of bread and circuses. I think that you all obviously know better than we. You are smarter, apparently. You are wiser. You know best. And so we should just suck up and listen and bow down and pay our taxes with our jobs that some of us no longer have. I'm ranting a little bit because I'm kind of mad. Sorry. We can't afford this. We can't afford this. We can't afford this. We've got a lot of people out of work. The renters can't afford to pay higher rent when their landlords raise the rents to pay for the higher amount of taxes they owe on their properties. We can't afford this. We can't even afford to improve the roads that you make so improved that people travel too fast and now they're unsafe. So public process, yay, super awesome. Thanks for the shame on us, Mr. Constant. I'm pointing and naming. Bye.
Thank you. Welcome.
My ears are going to get chafed tonight. Good evening, William Topol here. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. Okay, I've read this. I'm against this, and let me tell you why. You have a lot of projects on here for a lot of money, $36 million. Pay back, what, 20 years? Look at all that interest that the banksters are getting. Not the people, not the middle class. This is a good example of how you erode the middle class. Okay, a couple projects on here I want to talk about right quick. Four Seasons Mobile Home Park Area Storm Drain Improvements. That might be the only priority on this list. So I heard that was discussed here about a couple of months ago, the problems they were having. Providence Drive, University Drive surface rehab. They just got that whole area, at least the area where the culvert was, squared away last year, and you're going to resurface that area now again? Now come on. Come on. I'm going to need a calculator to add up the increase in my property taxes from all that you have done and will do tonight if you pass this. You have no consideration for the average person if you pass this. Urge a no vote.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Rachel Colvard. I'm urging a no vote on this. We are not really in a position in this economy to be taking these things on right now. and I will be voting no if I see this on my ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. And then if anyone else would like to testify, please get in line.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. Over 43 years, Alaska resident, and I deal with process, as I've done over the years. Now, two things on these bonds that have gone to the vote, and it includes this one, respectfully, is each time you basically hear the public, like this one, and you fall with a decision after voting of a vote of reconsideration. When I said about you doing it, when I say you respectively, last minute, this meeting, if you don't do it now, you can't get this on the ballot for April. The reconsideration scenario that is consistent with Assembly Member Constant and silenced by other members of the Assembly has resulted in not a fair chance of thinking what you're doing and having the public get to you respectively before you proceed. The standard has been reconsideration is done not at the same night of the meeting. It allows for Assembly members to file a motion of reconsideration, and the result of that basically is it would mean for these items, these bonds, you have to do it tonight, because if you allow the reconsideration to go over and be filed by an Assembly member after tonight, it'll be too late to get on the ballot. So when I say you failed in your responsibility of having a process connecting with the people, this clearly shows. And what I'd like to close with this, to much my surprise, I've seen a lot of things. I mean, no one's perfect. We all make mistakes, and I wish you all the best. But when you announce, Chair, that you may announce a shortened amount of time per person in speaking on future items at this meeting, and you give an example, I'd like to remind you state law, provide a reasonable opportunity to the public heard, but it also means is you need to be consistent. Consistent means the standard has been 3 minutes and 5 minutes per organization, that kind of thing. And when you shorten the window, and that's what's coming out here in tonight's meeting, you're showing to the public that you need to get this thing done and fast and signed off. And to do that, you're cutting the chance of the voice to be heard from the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Is there a motion to reconsider?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
That motion fails 9-1. Next, we have item 14G, ordinance number AO 2021-9, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,900,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you. To pay the cost of public safety improvements, police, and related capital improvements. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll start on the phone. We have Mr. Williams, and then we'll go to in person. So if anyone would like to testify, please line up. Let's get Mr. Williams on the phone.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14G, ordinance number AO 2021-9. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Niall Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. In response to AO 2021-9, I strongly oppose this, even putting it on the ballot. The initial cost of this 3.9 principal bond will come out to $5.74 million. That needs to be printed on the ballot proposition. Through the chair, someone on that assembly body right now needs to make a motion to amend the language in the ballot proposition to include the total value of the mature bond after 20 years with all the interest payments. Also, says we're spending the entire allotment, according to Exhibit A, on Anchorage Police Department fleet vehicles. The Anchorage Police Department has a beautiful set of cars. They have so many cars. There were, at the last Anchorage Assembly meeting on January 12th, 2021, there were 14 Anchorage Police Department cars that were brand new in the parking lot of Lusick Library. There was also an additional 11 cars at the United States Postal Service government facility parked there with the SWAT vehicle in the back. This is not the time to be increasing militarization of our unlawful police department that does not support and defend the Constitution of the state of Alaska and the Constitution of the United States of America, which, regardless of the fact that you think that we're in FEMA control right now, those are still the God-given documents that are the law of the land above all else. I would like to make a motion that we sell 100 Anchorage Police Department vehicles. And through the chair, I would like to make a motion that of the 900 Anchorage Police Department employees, let's fire 500 of them and arm everyone in the municipality of Anchorage. Let's put a bond out there for $3.9 million to get every citizen AR-15 assault rifles so that they can defend themselves, their homes, and their property against tyranny and defend violations of the Constitution. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this ordinance. I wonder if you see the irony that later this week you're going to be taking up rental assistance as a topic. I wonder if you see the irony of increasing property taxes with all of these bonds. When you increase property taxes, people who rent are not immune. The landlord, perforce, raises the rent. Do you see the irony of this? That we're going to be effectively raising rents by placing all of these bonds on the ballot. Bonds in Anchorage have a tendency to pass. The property becomes more expensive to the landlord, and he passes that cost on to his tenants. And later this week, you're going to be talking about rental assistance. Do you see the irony? It's like this crazy circle. Anyway, I'm opposed to this. I question the wisdom of paying for vehicles with a bond when it seems typical that our bonds are 20 years. I was reading through this 20 years. Who finances a car for 20 years? We try to finance our cars for 4 years when we can't pay for a used one out of pocket. I just find this whole thing very, very curious and very strange. Anyway, I'm opposed to this. I'd like to see you say no on this one and all the other ones, but there you go.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Rachel Colvard. I rise in opposition to this. I urge a no vote. I don't have a problem with any of the beneficiaries of any of these bonds. I think police and fire and drainage and libraries, they're all excellent things. I think that the economy right now does not support doing this at this time. I understand that there's a lot of work that goes into it, and I respect the work that's been done. Obviously, again, that's coming from the taxpayers that we pay that payroll for that work to have occurred, and it sucks cutting things off, but we got to fish or cut bait. If I see this on my ballot, I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, William Topol, East Anchorage. My assembly representatives are supposed to be Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson. 2 points. First of all, AR-15 is not an assault rifle, but that's just a technicality. Second point, the previous testifier brought up a good point. Who buys a car and finances it for 20 years? Now, come on. Let's get some reality into what's going on here. I'm against this again. Let's get real. I'm going to be hurting a lot if all these bonds pass. I can only hope and pray that the Anchorage voters turn down all these bonds, maybe with the exception of the Anchorage and Eagle River Chugach Senior Center. I'm a senior citizen also. Limited income. You're hurting me. I hope and pray the Anchorage voters see the folly in what you're doing. I see it. No on this.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for 43 years. Now, I guess this is the last one of the things that is before you for public hearing. Or is there one more? Oh my God. Okay, it's a long list. Okay, thank you for correcting me. I'm not perfect. We all make mistakes. But the fact is that it doesn't really show in this information you got here, dealing with vehicles and dealing with need of purchasing vehicles for the police, is what situation is as far as the police vehicles out there. What's the total of the vehicles? How many years have they been in service? What is the projection that you need to find money to, like the next year or the year after? All that doesn't show here. It just shows an amount that says we need to go to the voters and ask for this money. It needs to show a clear example of what the state of the police officers' vehicles are. This doesn't show it. This shows we want this money. Is that a message to the people that, well, just give us the money we need for X vehicles? You need to be more clear. And we need, as I showed in previous testimony tonight, a reflection of the failure of the municipality of Anchorage officials when dealing with going out for bonds, whether it's this building or other properties and other projects. There's been a failure to not look ahead, define it, to have funds available so it's not coming out and going to the voters that you've set aside money for future expenses. That doesn't show here, and this is, I believe, another example of it, because every time you go to the voters on bonds, you're saying that we didn't set aside money for this purpose or that purpose. And that's not a good message to say. And then I would like to say in closing, respectfully, one issue that ties with this whole items that's before you tonight. All these items are noted to go before the voters, if you approve it, to go before the voters on the April 6th election. But it was at the last meeting that you passed the law for what election law would be for these bond issues. And you were told by the assembly members that you needed to do it last meeting, when in fact you could have done it tonight and allowed for a motion of reconsideration to have it happen tonight to deal with that election law. So the failure of not you doing that even makes it even harder for the voters and the public to say, couldn't you schedule it out so we all had a chance and we had a reflection of what's before us? This doesn't show it. Thank you very much, with all due respect, and 4 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2. Is there a motion to reconsider?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
That motion fails 9-1. Next, we have item 14H, ordinance number AO 2021-7, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the South Golden View Rural Road Service Area at the regular municipal election on April 6, 2021, a ballot proposition to de-annex Creekview Estate subdivision lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 from the South Golden View RRSA and amend the South Golden View RRSA boundaries. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We'll start with Mr. Williams. And if anyone else would like to testify, please get in line. Mr. Williams, hi, this is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14H, ordinance number AO 2021-7. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Nye Williams. I represent 1776 Alaska, freedom and liberty worldwide. I would like to say, with regards to the previous 7 items that have been testified, discussed, voted on.
Sir, we are on this particular item, so I need your testimony to be on this item. Do you have any testimony on this item?
The reconsiderations are in fact a violation of the municipal charter.
We're going to go ahead and end your testimony. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Is there a motion to reconsider?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presberdia?
No.
That motion fails 9-1. Okay, Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to change the order of the day to take up items 12A and then 10G10.
Second.
I'm going to go ahead and give the gavel over to Mr. Weddleton and declare a conflict.
Chair, call for any statements of conflicts, Chair Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So both on this motion to change the order of the day and on item 12A, I would like to declare a conflict of interest as those, both item 12A pertains to me.
I find that the your conflict is quite evident. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any other conflicts to declare? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Gates, can you kind of set the stage for, we'll hold on for Mr. Rivera. Mr. Gates, can you set the stage for what we're dealing with here?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Chair. So this item is pretty much a ministerial act that the Assembly is required to pass and approve. There's not really any discretion under the law in how to handle this item. This is basically the recall petition for Mr. Rivera, and the people who applied for the petition gathered the required signatures under the recall statutes. Yes, 29, 26, 240, 360, if I got those numbers right. And basically, if they gathered the required number of signatures and they were verified by the clerk, their petition needs to be presented to the Assembly at the next meeting, which is tonight, and the governing body shall pass and approve and set it for the next election according to the statutes, and that's all this item does. So, because this is governed by the law, the Assembly doesn't really have discretion to do much else than pass it as written and send it to the election April 6th.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gates.
Mr. Vice Chair, point of order. We didn't vote on to change the order of the day. We need to have the vote.
Yeah, let's do that now. So we had a motion to change the order of the day. Did we have a second? Is there any opposition? Okay, hearing none. Okay, now we're on the main item. Any comments from members? Okay, see none. Do I hear motion? This is not a public hearing item, so.
Motion to move.
Move to approve or second.
Yeah, there you go.
A motion and second. Please vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That passes 9-0. I think we can take up 10G10, I think, while he's...
Yeah, so I would move to introduce 10G10 and set it for public hearing for 2 nights from now, which is Thursday, January 28th.
Second.
Need a third.
Third.
Okay, so we got that introduced and set for public hearing on January 28th. Is there... Do we need to vote?
Is that 6 p.m.?
6 p.m.
First, second, third, right?
We had a third.
I moved.
Mr. Chair.
Second.
Is it possible to set that for 5 p.m. rather than 6?
Oh, it's a public hearing item, Mr. Dunn.
So it's required to be at 6?
Right.
Ms. LaFrance was third.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to move to reconsider item 12A.
Second.
Thank you.
And I urge a no vote.
Okay, please vote.
Mr. Peterson on the reconsideration?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
Reconsideration fails 0 to 9. Okay, do we, so we need to vote on 10G10. Is that correct? Or we made the motion, hearing no opposition?
Move second and third. That
Okay,
sets
so
the
it's
public
introduced
hearing.
and that date is set then? Okay. Thank you.
Did we respond to Forrest's request for 5 o'clock?
We said it's public hearing and made it 6.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I believe the last item we need to do tonight is to move to continue the meeting, this meeting minus item 10G10, which is now set for a public hearing on Thursday to 6 p.m. tomorrow so that we can complete the remainder of our agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Constant. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Zolotel. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. And I just wanted clarification on what the agenda order would be, so I guess we could do that after the vote if you want to clarify it then,
I'm happy to do
now.
that now, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what we will do tomorrow is we will begin with our consent agenda items. We will deliberate all of those. Then we will go back in our agenda and complete all the items that we did not vote on today. So that includes items 11A, 11B, 14I through 14N, and 15A through 15C. Then we'll do final audience participation, and that will wrap up our meeting tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make clarification. You said tomorrow, but then you also said Thursday. So we're talking about tomorrow, Wednesday, the
We're meeting a lot
27th.
of days this week, Mr. Presverdia. So tomorrow is to continue and finish the meeting, the agenda for today, except for one item, which we will take up on Thursday, and that is item 10G10, which earlier you all set for a public hearing and a vote for Thursday.
Got it. I want to make sure that was clear on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, is there any opposition to the motion to continue the meeting to tomorrow at 6 o'clock? Okay, hearing none, then the meeting is continued to tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thanks, everyone.